A very warm welcome to the east of Thailand. We are in Podium for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2024. 5 races coming your way today. We have got 4 titles up for grabs at the end of a 12-race season. There's Corkill in the commentary box for these 5 races today alongside Barry Russell. And Barry, your quick thoughts ahead of today and what we might expect, and very quick thoughts on the season to date.
Well, the season to date has been tight. There's been ups and downs in every championship. The only rider that's had a smooth path to a title has been Hiroki Ono, who we'll see in a few moments. But coming into this final round with 4 titles up for grabs, we saw the leadership in 250s flip from Urgent to Kiandra, and in ASB 1000 we saw it flip from Yuki Kuni to Andy Farid Izdihar. Apiwa extended his lead in his championship for Supersport 600, so we've got a really nicely poised afternoon. And starting with TVS, we had a fantastic race yesterday.
We did, arguably the most competitive of the season. There's a little synopsis of the 5 races coming up today. We get underway with the TVS Asia one-make championship, which is an add-on to the 4 open-make competitions that we have at 150, 250, 600 and 1000. 1000cc events will be the 50th such race that we have had on the Asia Road Racing Championships since it was introduced into the circuit in 2019. This is Podium. This is the Chang International Circuit. Corner number 12 is the one that really attracts all the attention. But it's a lovely circuit by Russell. Straights, technical area, and a thrilling finale.
Yeah, turns 1 and 3, amazing overtaking spots. And one we don't very often talk about, which is turn 9, which is a really tricky loop, right-hand loop at the top of the circuit.
Let's get underway with the TVS One-Make Championship. Hiroki Ono has already won this title. Ramdan Rosley, we know, is in second. Sarthak Chavan, the young Indian, is the man I think we're going to keep an eye on here. Sarthak will be in P number 5 after qualification in this TVS One-Make. And we really are looking for the next Indian racer to try to make an impact on the international stage, and maybe Sarthak is that man. Here is the starting grid for the TVS Asia One-Make. Ramdan Rosley, runner-up in the championship, is on pole position. The champion, Hiroki Ono, is on P2. Chirand Vishwanath, the best of the Indians in qualification, is on P3.
And on row 2, we've got Muzakir Mohammed, the outgoing 2023 champion, was unfortunate with the mechanical breakdown yesterday. The exciting Sarthak Chavan you just mentioned, Des, starts 5th and 6th. The inaugural champion and the man that started this all, Morapong Malahuan.
In P7, we have got Atir Kangher, the young Thai who produced arguably his best race of the season yesterday. Dekitiano Aldi from Indonesia is in P8, and the young German Rocco Sessler, who won race 2 in Sepang last time out, he is on P9, the number 15.
And another Indian rider on row 4, that's KY Ahmed. We've seen plenty of him. Casey Clammer completing his first season in this championship, and a new rider in TVS Asia One-Make, Kantapat Yapkantai, starts 12th.
And it's been a real learning experience for Kim Min Jae from Korea on bike number 14, and also for Irvan Exum from Singapore. Not many track availabilities in Singapore, so getting your experience on the international stage, well, a lot of harsh lessons for Irvan. He'll be hoping to pick up some points. At the moment, he has accumulated 10. Hiroki Ono, by contrast, well, it's been a remarkable season for him. The number 2, 8 wins out of 10 races that have been, sorry, 11 races that are being completed.
Yeah, and only one error, which was at Sepang. Ironically, that was the race in which he clinched the 2024 championship.
Only blot on the copybook is a P2 in Mandalika, thrilling race with Ramdan Rosley. The other one of the 11, rain affected in Zhuhai. And so it's been really impressive from Hiroki Ono, who's coming to the veteran stage, still got a number of years left in him. Number 1 there is Muzakir Mohammed. As you mentioned yesterday, he had an engine blowout. He's using the 2nd engine, and there is your champion, as always, coming late to the party. It's almost like he makes these statements, isn't he? He says, this is my championship. You bow down to me, you people.
Yeah, it really is. And yet he seems to get on well with the other riders, just from, you know, observing the body language. They do like him, they do respect him, but he, despite the fact that he just crushes them, or most of them, every time out. The number 4 there coming to pole position, Ramdan Rosli, is a rider that has not bowed down at any stage to Hiroki Ono this season. Let's see what he can do from pole.
Yeah, there was some physicality between Ono and Ramdan yesterday, and that just seemed to spark Hiroki Ono. Just coming on just to check a little bit of something for Cherant Vishwanath. A bit of paper on the circuit, and that's being moved away. Okay, everybody is settled. This is an 8-lap race on the 4.5-kilometer Buriram circuit. It's a long hold for them, and it seems to affect the man in P2, Hiroki Ono. He got off to a very, very poor start. Ramdan Rosli away very nicely, as with Cherant Vishwanath, but Ono left on his own on the starting grid.
Yeah, a brilliant start for both riders on either side of the front row, but bogged down for Hiroki Ono, who's now down in 7th or 8th place. So that's going to make for an interesting spectacle as he tries to slice his way up towards the front.
You do know, though, that he's got the experience and the ability to make light of that poor start. He takes the inside line there, just ease himself through into P5. That's the end of the long straight. Certainly is just beginning to glare down on the guys here. Second of the long straights here. And our race leader is Muzakkir Mohammed, who with his new engine made a few tweaks, looked very determined. Talking to him in the pit walk, and he was saying, I do want to go out with a bang because I've not really been able to produce the goods this season. And then he's overtaken almost instantaneously.
Yeah, Muzakkir looking for a good exit from 2024. So is Vorapong Malahuan. He was a little bit quieter than we thought he'd be yesterday, but talking to him last night, he certainly aims to put himself at the front this time.
Yeah, Vorapong is on bike number 3, the leader at the moment. Bike number 5 is Deki Tiano Aldi. He's emerged from nowhere. We keep talking, or I keep talking, about how Deki had such a promising season last year and hasn't been able to build on it this year on the TVS One Make.
Yeah, Deki's 3rd season. So far as the 2024 is concerned, this is his best race.
Vorapong joins the front men as they come down to this tricky turn 12. Hiroki Ono, after that poor start, is in the lead, pushes men out wide, and then left the braking so late. I think he was very, very concerned about the men inside of him, and Ono, for the 2nd time in one lap, has made a mistake. It allows Ramdan Rosli to have the lead through lap 1.
Well, on lap 1, he moved up from 8th to 3rd. Now he's back again. So, a bit of a yo-yo session for him so far. Ramdan Rosli been a lot more consistent so far. He's at the front with Ati Kange, who started 7th on the grid. He's now in P2.
Ati Kange, best performance of the season. His first podium of the season came yesterday. Prior to that, he'd had a P4 in Buriram and a P6 in Buriram, so he likes this circuit at it. He's the number 11. It's an 8-lap race, so we're not even a quarter of the way through yet, and chance for Cherant Vishwanath to maybe make his move. Again, he's being tracked by Muzakkir Mohammed. Riders going up and down and up and down. It's very inconsistent in this opening couple of laps.
Yeah.
Look at that, Cherant goes wide.
Yeah. So big error there for Cherant. He's going to needs to be careful where he comes back on to stop himself being penalised for gaining places. I think he's in the clear there.
He had one such scenario in the AP 250s that's actually going to cost a championship contender some important points. So yeah, you've got to be aware of your track disciplines. Around Buriram, the stewards are of course eagle-eyed. As once again, from 1st to 8th to 8th to 1st to 1st to 8th and back into 1st, Hiroki Ono.
He certainly bounces back, doesn't he?
Muzakkir Mohammed is there as well. Coming down to turn 12 for the 2nd time. Coming into that area is Sartak Chavan, black helmet. I think we both hold high hopes for Sartak, as do TVS. And as we come through at the end of 2 laps, Ono has got the fastest lap, a 1:52.3, and he also has the lead ahead of Sartak Chavan, Muzakkir Mohammed and Deki Tiano Aldi.
Yeah, no surprises him getting the fastest lap. He overtook about 7 riders on that lap once again. Let's see if he can stay at the front now. But to your point, Des, about Sartak and TVS. TVS is, of course, a huge motorcycle manufacturer in India. They do a lot of domestic races there. And we are looking, as you said in your introduction, for one Indian racer to really emerge and pull all the others through.
Will be the ambition. Turning up in India. Sport is very much part of the furniture in Japan, and Hiroki Ono, well, he's had a storied career. He's dragging Musaaki Mohammed alongside with him. Right then, Dekitiano Aldi is putting together a decent run of form. Still without a podium this season, Dekitiano. We'd like to put that one right on the final race of the season.
Yeah, there is this feeling in the paddock where you've got riders kind of tensing up because they're fighting for championships, and the others really wanting to go out strongly, get their attention for the sponsors and to satisfy themselves.
It is that time of the year where you worry about your contracts for next year. So there's plenty of motivation, even though the standings might suggest otherwise. There is plenty of motivation to impress on the final race of the season. Ono leads the way through. Musaaki coming towards the end of his career. He'd like another ride next year. Bike number 1, he's got Ramdan Rosley, who's another experienced Malaysian right behind him. So it's Japan, Malaysia, Malaysia as they come through with 3 of the 8 laps completed. But not much of a gap between 1 right the way through to P9, which is Johan Vishwanath, inside 2 seconds between 1 and 9.
And it was Ramdan Rosley who did a recovery on that lap. He was 8th at the start of it and finished in 3rd, so he's back up where he needs to be, keeping the pressure on Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono has the championship yesterday. Ramdan sealed 2nd. There he moves to the front as they break for turn 3. Sartak having a look up the inside, the number 9 with the black helmet. 50 switch inside there by Hiroki Ono.
Certainly was, and he's taken a completely different line coming down that far straight as they come into turn number 4, which many people underestimate here at Chang because it's quite a sweeping left. It's an almost 90-degree left-hander. You can very easily get it wrong. Nobody does on that occasion. Going a little bit wide, but we've seen plenty come off on that corner. And then this is another sweeping double left-hand corner, 5 and 6.
Yeah, it's almost flat out for these bikes. Turn 4. It is a real heart stopper.
Still, Ono leads the way. Ramdan Rosley. How often have we said that so far this season? Ono ahead of Ramdan, 2 ahead of 4. Right behind them, though, is bike number 5, which is Dekitiano Aldi. We haven't said that a lot this season.
No, we haven't, but it's good to see Deki back up. He's really engaging character. He's underperformed our expectations this season. This is his 3rd in TVS Asia 1 make. He's been there right from the start, and he's challenging for the lead now as they come to turn 12.
Sartak Chavan tries to take the inside line, which he does. He takes the place from Ramdan Rosley. It will be Ono, the championship winner. Goes through at the midway point in the lead, but his lead is just 100th of a second from Dekitiano Aldi with Sartak Chavan there. But even in a congested race, he just has that aura about him, Hiroki Ono, the experience that he's gleaned on the world stage, the experience he's gleaned in his season and a half on this TVS 1 make. He just looks in control.
Yeah, nicely done on the braking by Sartak to take 2nd that time around, and look, he's trying to progress again. Gone through under braking. It seems really good on the brakes. And one thing that really struck me yesterday, Des, was how he's more consistent now. If you look back to the beginning of the season, he'd often be quick, then he'd make an error, but he seems to have kind of fixed all that. If you talk to him, he would give some of the credit to Woropong Malawan for mentoring him.
Had that strange disqualification in Motegi as well. Had a poor time in Zhuhai. And DNF in Sepang first time out, which I don't think was his fault, but been there or thereabouts. But as you say, you can't have DQs. Come through. Ono bike number 2. Number 9 joining the fray is Sartak. Behind them 11. Ate Kangir.
Yeah, they're all the way through. Yesterday's podium debutant, Ati Kangir, hasn't been up and down the field. He's been up near the front in good position since the start.
Rookie forced to stand up just then. Take a little bit of evasive action. Now then, this congested turn 12. It really is a feature at Chang International Circuit. It's Sartak Jaban who goes through on the inside, holds his line. Ramdan Rosley has to apply the brakes, but it's going to be Sartak who leads into lead lap 5, 3 to go.
That was a very strong lap from Sartak. He took the lead in turn 1 last time.
Oh, problem for Atir. Just got it wrong. Got that right-hander at the end of the long straight. He got that wrong, and now it's a long, long way back to try to get close to Hiroki Ono and Sartak Jaban.
Here made that strong start. He's currently in 5th. Still in contact. Need to have a look for Warapong as well, because he started with very full intent on getting a podium for the last race of the season. We don't know whether we'll see him again in TVS Asia 1 mate, or indeed in competitive racing. Such are his outside responsibilities.
White helmet he's in, just to the back of that little group behind so there's the 2 previous champions, Musaque Mohammed and Warapang Malawan together, and the current champion leads the way. Leads the way from a potential future champion in Sartak.
Yeah, he's looking really good. This is a really good race for Sartak. He was excellent yesterday and seems to be building on the confidence that 2nd place gave him as well. Ramdan Rosley just a few bike lengths adrift, or about half a second adrift actually.
Only had 3 winners in this season in the TVS 1 make. Hiro Ono, of course. Ramdan Rosley pipped him to the post in Mandalika. Malaysia last time out. Rocco Sessler. Rocco, well, we haven't really mentioned Rocco. Number 15 he is. He's not a million miles away as we come to the final quarter of this race. Maybe Rocco, as he goes through just on the inside in P6, maybe he can make a move. But it's Ono who's back in the lead with a quarter of this race to go.
Yeah, Rocco came in with a really good shout at taking 3rd place in this championship.
Came on strong in yesterday's race, Sessler.
He did. He's looking good now. At a slightly earlier stage than he did. He came late yesterday.
Ono and Ramdan Rosley, 1 and 2. Sartak. Ramdan Rosley, as he did yesterday, maybe he went a little bit later, but he led going into the final lap, Ramdan Rosley, and he just makes Hiroki Ono once again stand up.
While all that was going on, there was a very tight line there from Sartak, who kept out of the way of any potential trouble. But now he's got Rocco Sessler trying to get in his slipstream. He can't quite make it.
Zakir back in the fray as well. The outgoing champion in the lime green helmet, just in P6 at the moment. Same colour helmet as Hiroki Ono. Bikes numbers 1 and 2. Ono it is who still leads. Take that left-hander, and then you've got this double sweep, triple sweeping right-hander. Ramdan Rosley with the fastest time out on the circuit and the top speed of 205.7 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, now they come into that tight turn 9 we were talking about earlier, and then they've got to slam it over to the left. Turn 10, back through turn 11, and all the way down. That's a long run down to turn 12, so the braking here is really hard.
Ono leaves the braking late, and Ono will be leading coming into the final lap of the season. Final lap of 12 scheduled races. Hiroki Ono, as so often is the case, is leading the way. Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Jaban in pursues, as is Chirant Vishwanath in the white helmet. But Ono is the man in control of his own destiny once again.
He certainly seems to be. Now, will there be a lunge from Sartak or from Ramdan Rosley? As we said right at the beginning, hasn't at any stage appeared to bow to Hiroki Ono.
That's Vishwanath goes through. Atir Kange joins us, and Hiroki has to go the long way round.
Rocco Sessler comes through there to P3.
So then, Atir, 3rd place yesterday, temporarily in 1st, but once again, Ono just seems to pick the right position. Come now to this fast turn 4, and that looks good for Ono. Only Atir Kange is staying with him at the moment.
Yeah, and Sartak a little bit out of touch and getting mugged there. I think that's by Rocco. No, it's not by Rocco. It's a white helmet.
Chirag Vishwanath.
Yeah.
The other Indian who we haven't really spoken about is going wide. And again, going very wide is Sartak. He's all over the place, is Sartak Javan on this final lap. Whereas Hiroki Ono is neat and tidy and controlled. Only Ate Kangea has been able to go with him. This is once again an Ono masterclass. He's on his own at the front.
He came here intending to take a double and nothing else would suffice despite being the championship holder. So it's looking very much like win number 10 as he slides gracefully into the final turn. Picks it up. He's got Ate Kangea. Brilliantly done from him. Ono
takes it from Ate Kangea in third place. A real scrap is won by Mohammed Ramdan Rosli ahead of Vorapang Sessler in fifth, Muzaki Mohammed in sixth, Sartak Javan having impressed so much down in P7, Barry Russell.
Yeah, disappointing and a bit of commentator's curse on him because he's going better than we've seen him, more consistent. But at the end, a couple of mistakes on the final lap was enough to put him down into P7. Rocco Sessler came good up into P5. Vorapong just missed his target, finishing fourth. His target being to finish on the podium. But there it is, win number 10 for the Japanese. I hesitate to call him a veteran because he's still got plenty in him. Congratulations there from Vorapong.
Quite rightly so. Our first TVS champion and our third TVS champion. The outgoing champion, Muzaki Mohammed, finished up in a respectable P6. He'll be happy to have picked up some points, having wrecked his engine yesterday. But Hiroki Ono, just to take you through, in Buriram in March, first. Zhuhai in April, first, rain cancelled. Motegi in Japan in June, first. Mandalika in July, first, second. Sepang in September, first and 10th. Buriram in December, first and first. That is a job well done. The visor change is done, this time out on the circuit and not in the Parc Ferme. It will say champion Hiroki Ono, runner-up last year in a season when he joined in halfway through. That is boy? I'm assuming it's his boy. There's a similar look there.
A similar smile there, yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, he had to fight a lot harder for the win. Today, just looking at him there, he looks as though he's hardly broken a sweat.
Fantastic from him. Behind them, Ramdan Rosli will pick up another podium. For Ramdan, 8 podiums in any normal season. That's a championship for Ramdan Rosli. Here he comes second. Sartak Javan will have third. Ahead of Vorapang Malawan, Rocco Sessler will also pick up triple points, triple digits, 101 points. Chirag Vishwanath will also pick up over 100 points for his season's work.
Yeah, and Ate Kangea, third yesterday, second today. Very impressive weekend. We've seen his promise, so let's assume that is the younger Ono. Been told he can't have a ride on the back of Dad's machine. It's not safe. Well,
that'd look after him. But
you could debate about that.
Rules is rules.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to make his way for a belated entry into Parc Ferme.
Let's get a little bit of confirmation. 4/10. The win over Ate Kangea, who, as you say, got a P3 yesterday, a P2 today. Best results of the season. Ramdan Rosli, another podium for him ahead of Vorapang Malawan. Rocco Sessler, there's plenty to build on for the young German if he's coming back. Muzaki Mohammed, double digits in points for today. 2.45 seconds down. Sartak Javan and Chirag Vishwanath. Well, Sartak, the best of the Indian triumvirate. Down beneath them, Deki Tiano Aldi was in the top 3 for 3/4 of the race. Kantapat as a debutant, that's respectable in the top 10. KY Ahmed, the pace just a little bit too much for the veteran. Casey Klama from Philippines, it's been great experience for him, just losing out to KY Ahmed. They had their own little battle. And for Kim Min Jae from Korea and Singapore's Irvin Eksan, keep saying it's experience. Time on the bike in this company is well-served time, Barry Russell.
Absolutely, they can go back home and really excel based on that experience.
But there, once again, is your winner. Just look at his run from last season as well, when he joined midway through the season. and he went on a run that saw him win in Sugo, twice in Mandalika, twice in Zhuhai, twice in Podium. He won 7 out of 8 races there. A little wheelie. Glad his son's not on the back.
Yeah, nicely controlled stand-up wheelie, as befits the champion. 10 from 12, my goodness, it's quite something. 10 from 11.
9 from 12. 1 cancelled. Two off the mark.
Yeah. Well, you are the commentary box mathematician. There's a 9, most definitely not. I got 1 right yesterday.
I've got my notes in.
I'll just
He's making a lot of noise. Yeah, let's burn a little bit of rubber. Yeah, this is why they don't allow the sons to ride on the back of the bikes.
Yeah, bit of carbon contribution there. Nobody's going to begrudge him that, least of all Dunlop.
He's a happy chap, isn't he? As he gets applause from Nagashima and the rest of the Japanese contingent in the pits, coming up to say, well done, Hiroki, and it is well done.
Very much so, yeah. Makoto Tamada as well, among the people congratulating him. I think I can smell the burnout.
Yes, we can. We're just
my
above
imagination.
No, we're just above the Parc Ferme here, and that's penetrating the glass here.
We're about 500 feet above the Parc Ferme.
So that's the first race. That was always going to be the tamest of the races that we've got today. I promise you, this will build up towards a frantic finale, especially in the next 2 categories that we've got coming up, the Underbone 150s and the AP 250s. They are razor tight, those races. Then we move on to the Super Sport 600 and the big boys in the thousands. That's still to come. Let's focus on Hiroki Ono. And Hiroki is delaying a little interview with Daniel Bogas down there. He's still getting the backslapping going on. That's what happens when you become champion. Everyone wants a piece of you. And I think we can eventually go down to Daniel Bogas. He's in the Parc Ferme with the champion Hiroki Ono.
Okay, Hiroki, the season is finally wrapped up for you this time. So, can you tell us about the season and the celebrations just now?
Yeah, this victory, very happy this season for top 1 race. So also today race was tough, but I enjoyed a lot fighting with other rider. Yeah, compared to yesterday, very easy for me, easy to this race. Yeah, anyway, thanks. I want to say thank you to Hoyles and TVS staff and also Japanese sponsors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiroki. What a season.
The crowning of Hiroki Ono, despite a slovenly start in the yellow lime green helmet. He got off to a dreadful start from the middle of the front row. Was down in P8 at one stage, was back up to P1 by the end of the first lap, and it was very un-Ono-like for the first couple of laps, but as he's just admitted in the interview by Russell, then after it was, in his words, and I use the air marks to quote this, easier.
Yeah, it was easier. I commented when he was getting changed into his champion's kit that he looked as though he'd barely broken a sweat, despite the fact he made those 2 early errors and had to come back from P8 back up to the front, but he did that with apparent ease.
Yeah, it was very un-Ono-like in the early stages. Ate Kange there. That's a great recovery from Ate, because he looked like he was going to have engine problems at that stage, would eventually get back into the front. It's around about now, 2 laps from home, that we really saw the best of Hiroki Ono. He takes on Sartak Javan, and Sartak, he had a bad lap on the penultimate lap, Sartak, and the number 9 would lose his way quite badly. He'd finish P7 in the end. In fact, This is where Ramdan Rosley once again joins the fray. We're thinking 15, Rocco Sesler's got a chance, but all the while it just looked as though Ono, as usual, was in control of matters.
Yeah, he didn't really look threatened. Ramdan Rosley just a bit too far behind at this stage. He's the rider that's kept him honest all season.
On turn 4, he sweeps away Ate Kange, the young Thai, was the only one really able to stay with him. Lovely tight line, nice and close to the tarmac, and put himself in the perfect position to not be under any pressure when they came into the final turn, turn 12. And he's, well, that's a veritable huge margin compared to what we had yesterday. Behind them there was a good battle going on, but Hiroki Ono comes through, and it's another victory for him. It's 9 out of 11 completed races, and he'll be the most convincing of champions.
Absolutely, nobody's going to begrudge him that. There were some other fantastic performances during the season, no less than from Ramdan Rosley and latterly Ato Kange. Brilliant stuff.
In third place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosley.
Ramdan Rosley will take his place on the podium once again. Been a good season. I was remarking that in most reasonable seasons, if you're on the podium in all bar 3 races, and even in 2 of those 3 races you're in 4th and 5th respectively, you expect to be champion.
Hiroki Ono.
Ate Kange coming through in P2. And Ono, will he come back to defend his title? Well, strains of Kimigayo. Another smile. Still looks barely having broken sweat, and it's pretty hot and steamy down there. Podium area is opposite us. William Mittam from the racing manager from Alpine Stars. Hands out the prize to 3rd place. Ramdan Rosley.
To present the 2nd prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited.
Runner-up position will be handed out by our friend Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries, better known to us as Dunlop.
Thailand, Ate Kange.
Handed out to Ate Kange.
Now to present the winner's trophy.
And the race technician from Olins Asia, Tawachai Nusin, will hand out the award for the winner.
Your race winner for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship.
Nice to see that the people behind the scenes just get a rare moment in the spotlight. Yes, of course, it's about the racers. Yes, of course, it's about the riders and the bikes. But also there's so many people behind the scenes who do a sterling job of support, of providing the facilities, etc. So our thanks to Alpine Stars, to Dunlop, and to Olins Asia. Congratulations to our top 3. Muhammad Ramdan Rosley, Ate Kange, and Hiroki Ono. Knows exactly where the camera is now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's been practicing. Maybe that's what it's been all about.
Nice one for the mantelpiece. And the championship standings, it looks very, very convincing. A 78-point differential. That's over 3 races. 251 points for Hiroki Ono. Ramdan Rosley, 173. That's an excellent performance. Sartak Chavan, lots of encouragement for Sartak in P3, ahead of Vorobang Malawam, the mentor of this series, on 116. Rocco Sesler, Very encouraging first season of him, 110 points for the German. Chirant Vishwanath, so 2 Indian races in the top 6. That's encouraging for TVS and for India. Dekotiani Aldi, well, let's hope he comes back, but he's nearly onto 3 figures on 98. And Ate Kanga finishing the season in red-hot form with podiums in both of the races this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the podium ceremony for the overall championship for the TVS.
And the overall championship award will be made as well at the same time.
And the winner of the TVS Asia One-Make Championship 2024 season.
Hope he's got excess baggage availability on for his ride home, because Hiroki Ono will be taking another prize. And the general manager from TVS Racing, Selvaraj Balasubramaniam, will be handing out the award to Hiroki Ono.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your
For TVS, it's been a lovely add-on, a lovely hors d'oeuvre, as we described it yesterday, through the open make categories. Gives us a look at emerging and experienced riders. Gives TVS that little bit of a moment in the spotlight. Also lets their technicians and engineers work on problems as they are coming through. So it's a win-win-win all around, having TVS as part of this championship, the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, very good point that about the technicians getting the experience and the expertise at this top level. On for the cameras, yeah.
Okay, that is the first race of 5 for today. Next we move on to the thrilling, and I promise you, thrilling excitement of the Underbone 150s. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 Ultra flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhance performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
We're live from the Chang International Circuit. It's the last race week of the season, last race day.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Let's hand over to an interview that we've got with Mr. Toyokazu Honda.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Keep mentioning them, and their support of the RSC is very, very much appreciated. Okay, let's
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
As you can see, there was a bit of moonlight going out.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
12 for the penultimate time underneath the front of that Yamaha.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance.
Are taken out on the last corner and looking on there. Muralba Batoni, fastest in qualification, takes it ahead of Aditya Fauza, Husni Zainal. Akid Aziz in 4th though. Akid holds on to the championship lead by just 5 points. That was yesterday. If you thought that was tense today, it's going to be 5 times worse, Barry.
That's it, and you saw the 2 LFN riders. They were both in the dirt on the way down. They both finished on the podium. Incredible.
That's not the textbook way to get yourself on the podium by taking the grass route.
But Murabel went on. I mean, he's topped every session from Friday through to now, and he even topped warm-up this morning.
Here's the championship standings as they are. The pit bike one-ways, Akid Aziz, 128 points, 5 clear of Racetech 60's Aditya Fauzi. Behind them, Fahmi Bassam, 11 points. And in underbone, it's very, very possible that Fahmi could get maybe second or third and still have enough points because a kid, if you finish 10th, 11th, 12th, you're in problems, and this is such a competitive field that it is feasible Akid and Aditya could finish down the field.
Indeed, it's possible. Akid Aziz has got so much quality though. I would be willing to stick my neck out and say that he's going to hold it together. But in this class, I'm already regretting what I just said.
Akid Aziz has already got one big scalp, big championship to his credit this year. He won the Capri title in Malaysia, and that's very, very competitive. When he beats the likes of Najrul Izzat and Ahmad Fajrul Sham in that championship, so he knows the way to win. His Pitspike team have given him great support behind the scenes as well. So it's been good. He is a former winner on the Asian Road Racing Championship Series as well, Akid Aziz. He's also been a runner-up as well, so he's experienced. He knows this market, he knows this circuit. It's difficult to bet against him.
It is indeed. Nazrul's challenge faded yesterday because of a mechanical problem. That was a shame for the outgoing champion. Here's another look there at the Chang International Circuit. 4.5 kilometers, 12 turns, lots of high speed, lots of heavy braking at turn 1, 3, and of course turn 12, but plenty of other challenges around the way, especially in that middle section.
We know that right-handed turn 12 on the final lap, that's going to decide this championship. If Akid Aziz is in trouble on that final corner, then it could be carnage. But there's
new team led by Waiwaji Trilaksana, and he would be really proud of that. He's so happy, even though he's been outshone this year by the new rider, Aditya Fauzi. He's very, very proud of what he's achieving and did a fantastic job tactically yesterday in the race.
I spent some time just observing those teams in the areas, in the technical areas yesterday, and they were chatting away. They were comfortable in each other's company. They were smiling. They were arms around each other. It was a very, very much a team one for all. Okay, lots of tension. It's all built up to this. We started in Buram back in March. Now we are in December. It was sunny in March, if I recall. If a little bit cooler. Now we're on the 8th of December, and we still don't know who is going to take this title. Perm, any one from 3.
Yeah, we're soon going to find out. Amazingly, we've been anticipating it for so long. We'll know who the 2024 champion is going to be very soon.
7 different winners in the 10 completed races so far. Akid with 2. Fahmi Bassam's won a couple. Murabul Vatoni's won a couple. Afif Amran, if I recall. I'm just recalling, and I remember Giancarlo Maurizio as well, also back in Zhuhai on race number 1. So anyone can win this. Let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who is in the midst of that scrum down on the grid. Let's see what thoughts he can get before this race.
We're down here on the grid for the final race for the Underboard 150 this season. Race 2, it all comes down to this. Who will be the champion? It's going to be decided right as they come across the start-finish line, just behind the camera there. So let's have a chat with some of the real contenders for the Underboard 150 championship, and there are quite a number right now. This championship is very much still alive. So with the pink cap, it's Aditya Fauzi. So Aditya, the gap to Akid now is 5 points. We know your teammate Waiwaji likes this track and is in this race. Is there any plan for this race?
Ya, saya dengan teammate saya akan lebih fokus saja di race 2 ini. Bila memang ini rezeki saya, Tuhan berkehendak, insya Allah saya bisa champion di 2024 ini.
So translation is that the plan with Waiwaji is to give more focus and give the best for this race. And if the luck goes on his side, it will be his. All right, thank you, Aditya. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head to row 2 to one of the LFN HP 969 riders, none other than Fahmi Bassam. Now, LFN have been really strong this weekend, so let's have a chat with Fahmi. So, Fahmi, 11 points away from Akid right now, but the whole team is performing very well. Is there a plan with the riders?
Untuk saat ini dan tim, saya akan berjuang keras bersama tim untuk meraih overall championship. Dan untuk penonton yang ada di Indonesia di rumah, tolong support saya, doakan saya selalu.
So the translation there from what I could hear was that they're going to work really hard and they know that they can do it. So good luck to you, Fami, for this race. And now we're going to head to the championship leader. It's Akid Aziz. We're going to try and get a quick word with him while he just gets hydrated. So Akid, right now you're in the lead by 5 points. We know that Afif goes around well, but a mistake for him yesterday. So is there a strategy for you and Afif today?
Setakat ni memang saya belum ada apa-apa strategi lagi dengan dia. Saya just bagi yang terbaik untuk perlombaan dan dia pun sama. Tapi kalau ketika perlombaan saya pun tak tahu apa strategi kami. Sebab track Buriram ni memang suka. So saya rasa strategi itu memang suka untuk jadi. Kita just do the best lah.
So the translation there was that it's quite hard to make a strategy over here. This track is quite difficult for the underbones, but he's going to do his best. Thank you so much, Akid. We look forward to seeing what happens in this race. Back to you, Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, interesting that Akid, he looks a little bit nervous there, if I'm honest. I was expecting to be a bit more confident than that.
Yeah, I was too. We know what his script looks like. It looks like he runs around at the back of the leading group until the final lap, and then he magically comes through, slices his way through to the front. Let's see what he's got installed this time. But yeah, definitely feeling the pressure. I agree, Des. There's Murabo Batoni, who's topped every session. Can he make a clean sweep of the final round by taking a double win this weekend? What a big ask that is.
I can't recall anyone doing that in the past in any category. Alongside him, this is Aditya Fauzi. Aditya, second in the championship standings, without a win to his name so far this year, but 3 second places. And then you've got the evergreen Ahmad Fazrul Sham, potential spoiler.
Potential spoiler, winner in Sepang and running at the front yesterday. Till he didn't.
The SCK Honda riders a little bit further down the grid. Everybody looking a little bit tense. The heat is searing down there. There's not much hills. There was a little bit of wind earlier on, but that seems to have dissipated. So not much respite for the teams. This is Faraz Putra Fadil, Cardinals Racing, the Malaysian team. They've got the experience of Ahmed Fazrul Sham, and this is the teenager Faraz Putra, who they have a lot of faith in.
Yeah, Faraz Putra won't be feeling the tension. He's too young, and also he's not in contention.
Fahmi Bassam is the 3rd potential winner of this championship. He's 11 points adrift of Akid Aziz, so a genuine chance for Fahmi Bassam.
Such an exciting young rider, him and Aditya Fauzi. Been not only young and exciting, but they've got the results that have put them in contention.
He's also got 3 wins this season as well, which, if we come to a countback scenario, Underbone 150cc champion. You can see that 2nd place that he got. He's still got the ability, as Wayuwaji. We are hurried off. Nazrul Izzat is the outgoing champion. He was brilliant last year. Didn't perform so well in Buriram at the tail end of last season, but had accumulated enough points. But the Uma Racing man was in the mix right the way up until yesterday, and a big hug from him. Well done, my son.
Yeah, very well deserved. He has put on a strong championship defence. He had injury, which cost him 2 races, but there he is. They were saying a year ago that Buriram is not a good circuit for Nazrul, but I just don't believe it. I think he's going to go well today.
Got 2nd place in the 2nd race of the season here at Buriram. So he does know how to race here, as quite rightly say. And that's the best he's ever performed here. So many good races. We mentioned Wayuwaji Chilaksana. We've got Nazrul Izzat, former champion. Ahmad Afif Amran, capable of winning here. Giancarlo Maurizio has won an underbone race. Irapong Globoinpeng, Peter Kreshner, former champion. He's down in P14. Masato Fernando, the experienced Filipino, down in P20. He was right up near the top yesterday into the latter stages. Kicked out on the final corner.
Yeah, one of 4 final crashes, Masato Fernando. he took it in his stride. I ran into him late yesterday evening, and yeah, he was fine with it, and he was mainly happy that he'd put himself up at the front, where we've been waiting for him to appear.
In the veteran stage, Masato Fernando. This is a lovely mix of experienced, gnarly campaigners who know every inch of tarmac in Southeast Asia, and also fresh-faced youngsters who are saying, 15, 16, I've got a whole career ahead of me, and maybe there's something in the World Championships that I can aim for.
Yeah, it's such a unique championship. People watching, we know, from all over the world, so big shout out to you for getting up and tackling with the time difference to watch this final race of the season for this most unpredictable of classes.
We do have one non-starter, Joseph Perino from Philippines, who crashed out yesterday. He's a non-starter for today. That means we've got 20 riders on the grid. And this is how the grid will look. Murabil Vitoni for Yamaha LFN HB 969 on the Yamaha in P1, ahead of Aditya Fauzi, also on the Yamaha for Racetech 60. Ahmed Fajrul Sham, the best of the Malaysians in qualification for Cardinals Factory Racing P3.
Fajrul's brilliant young teammate Faraz Putra Fadil starts from 4th place. Next to him is Fahmi Basam of Yamaha LFN HP Indonesia Racing Team, and his teammate next to him in 6th, Husni Zainal Fauzi.
Championship leader Akid Aziz, will he be champion in about 25 minutes time, alongside a former champion Wayu Aji Chulaksana from Racetech 60. He wants his teammate to beat Akid. Najul Izzat, last year's champion. That is a very healthy third row.
Great row 4 too, to be fair. Giancarlo Maurizio starts 10th. Next to him, Ahmad Afif Amran and John Emerson Ngito for 4S1M Yamaha Racing Team.
Best of the ties, Pitapong Lubuimpeng, who had engine problems yesterday. He's in P13, and lucky for some, Team 1-4. Gupita Krishna, former champion, the Indonesia, number 23 in P14. Adib Arsyad Hisham, a replacement rider today for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Asia team in row 15.
On row 6, we've got the SEK Honda Racing Team pairing of Hafiz Barrel Rasyadan and Rekat Yusuf Fadila. Next to them, Dimas Juliat Moko for Team 1-for-all.
Masato Fernando, the veteran, moves up to P19 in the absence of Joe Perino. Suchat Dwanjit, bike number 299 for Synergies. Al-I Motorsport Ice Service Asia team is in P20. And Perino, I believe, is a non-starter. Certainly as a DNS on the official scoring. We'll have a look once we get onto the grid if Perino was actually able to start.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Des, but let's see.
4.5 kilometers this circuit, just over actually, 4.55 kilometers. Really has become the home of the Asian Road Racing Championship. Last 3 seasons have started here and ended here. Next year is similar as well. Buriram hosting 2 of the rounds that have been announced so far.
And somehow this is the 10th anniversary year for Chang International Circuit. And the Asia Road Racing Championship was the first international event ever to be held here.
Akid Aziz, a former champion, wants to be a present champion. Is a present champion in Malaysia.
Yeah, Aditya Fauzi's ready to go, isn't he?
He certainly is. He certainly is. That's so unusual for somebody to be that ready, that focused, that early. I'll be fascinated to see what kind of a start that he gets.
Yeah, the young rider, he's seemed right from when we first saw him at Mandalika last year. Never been fazed by the company that he's been racing against in this incredible racing category. Fajrul Sham takes his place outside of him.
So everybody is ready. 8 laps of the circuit. Final race of the season is underway. Aditya looks to have got off to a solid start. Ahmed Fajrul Sham off to a flyer. The 2 Cardinals racing bikes have steamed into an early lead around this first corner, but everybody away safely. That is the key ingredient.
Yeah, there was a good start from the Cardinals pairing of Faraz Putra and Fajrul Sham, and look who's up with them, none other than Murabil Vitoni.
Batoni there, the two Race Tech 60 lime green figures are there. Also Akid Aziz, unusually for Akid. He's fairly high up the standings, and Giancarlo Maurizio, bike number 27, goes into, makes an early statement. Is that Akid? Yeah, both the pit bike colours are there. They've got the orange and the black colours, and there's the number 13 just sticking out, being forced wide by Maurizio.
Yeah, it's unusual to see Akid Aziz, as you said, Daz, this far up, this early. Perhaps he left the script behind.
Did Aditya Fauzi, who was so eager and keen to get this race underway. Well, he's leading the way, Aditya Fauzi.
Yeah, we've seen it before. He does like to do it. He feels comfortable at the front. He hasn't quite made it work for him by achieving a P1.
Aditya leads the way. Murabil, bike 157 is there. Fahmi Bassam. The three really to look out for. Bikes 13, Akid Aziz, 177, Aditya Fauzi, and 222, Fahmi Bassam. They are the three who can win this title. 11 points separating Akid from Fahmi.
There's Gilda Kreshner, the number 23. Had some good results this season, but too many DNFs and a DNS, I think.
Fahmi Bassam, oh, and I thought that was Nazrul. It's not Nazrul, it's Adib Arsyad, replacement rider for Uma Racing, but he's out. So Maurizio leads us through at the end of lap number 1, the Filipino, who's got a race win to his name. Akid Aziz, Barry Russell, up in the leading group.
Yeah, he seems
script ripped up and thrown away.
Changed the script. Well, just as you said then, he seemed to roll off and trundle back through the field. Let's see where he comes through. It might have been the excitement of fighting for the championship that made him forget his lines early on the first lap.
The tactics, look how spread out they are.
And how many?
Exactly, it's maybe 10 abreast. Nazrul Izzat, how he'd love to make a statement to say, listen, I am the champion, I deserve to be champion. I'm not on the best of luck this year. That injury in Mandalika when I missed 2 races and the rain affected race in Zhuhai, 75 points which effectively being thrown away. No fault of his own.
Another really good showing early on from Giancarlo Maurizio, the number 27 for Uma Racing Philippines.
Hamazato Fernando as well, bike number 17.
Yep, they're all staying in the same hotel, our hotel, Des. Great fun presence to have around, whether it's breakfast or dinner. Really great spirit among the Filipino contingent.
Zato Fernando enjoying being in the spotlight once again. Fahmi Bassam, bike 222, just in the shade. So it's the green of Race Tech, the purple of Uma Racing, and then Fahmi Bassam, the colours of LFN from Indonesia.
Yeah, the Race Tech riders have switched. It's now Waiwaji at the front. Yep, and Aditya back, which is a little bit surprising, but I do think that Waiwaji is going to use his experience to make an impression on the outcome of this race. And down goes, is that Giancarlo Maurizio?
One of the 27.
Yeah, it is Giancarlo. Unlucky for him, just clipped another bike. Nothing he can do about that.
So a season which includes a win for Giancarlo Maurizio is going to end up in probably 0 points for him. No doubt he'll get on his bike and try to get it up and running once again. It gets so congested on that corner. Yeah, he just caught the race tech, didn't he? Caught the race tech of Aditya Fauzi. Aditya will have had his heart in his mouth at that moment.
Yeah, he will have felt that. That was a really hard clip. So, not Aditya's fault. He remains in the running for the championship. And the current leader, I do think that is the burnt orange colour of... No, it's not. That's one of the SEK,
it's the SEK, isn't it?
Yeah, John Emerson Ngito, the number 22, is there. Both Race Tech 60 bikes. Well, Fahmi Bassam famously said now, every race, every lap is a battle.
Nazrul Izzat still leading the way. I do feel Nazrul Izzat has got a statement to make. There is Masato in the black with the green tyres, the green rims, sorry.
Daniel described that on Friday as turquoise mint colour. It's pretty good effort.
Yes. Bill Nazareth in purple, racing purple. Easier to do, and the lime green makes it easier. And Aditya Fauzi has got himself back into the front too. Keep an eye out for Akid Aziz and the orange and black of Pitts bike.
Yeah, the two Cardinals bikes are well back in the pack at the moment.
Pirapong
right at the back. He's well overdue a result. Haven't seen the best of him this season. But looking back, was that
Masato Sham, I think, yeah. That was Masato there. Just at the tail, and Akid Aziz. Well, it's back to Akid's normal tactics. Just trundling along to the back of the first main group. Ahmed Framram making sure that the team are represented. Bike number 50 in the middle of that group. But this is just going to build. We know this is going to build towards the final lap. We know this is going to build towards the final corner.
Yeah, Nazrul looks around, gets his head down. Where he can see the outgoing champion do well in this final race of 2024.
Swallowed up by the chasing pack there.
Entire width of the circuit taken up by this 15-ish leading group.
15 wide. It is unique. Leading the way. We come through is 143, Husni Zainal Fwazi, who himself has had a fine season. Husni Zainal, he picked up a podium yesterday, his second podium of the season. He's another who missed 4 races and had a dreadful start to the season. So Husni is one to keep an eye out for next year, like 143.
He was taking Afif Amran with him, and while that was going on, Akid Aziz went very wide and got quite untidy on the exit to turn 4. Maybe the pressure's telling a little bit.
Nazrul is out leading the way. Fahmi Bassam, 222. You may as well go out from the front. There is Akid. He's recovered himself quite nicely, tucked in P5 at the moment. They change. You can go from P18 up to P5 inside one corner, and he's tracking there. Is he tracking Aditya Fauzi? That's what he's got his eye on. Just make sure I don't finish more than 2 places down on Aditya Fauzi. I should be okay.
Yeah, it's a different approach for Akid Aziz. Oh, Masato Fernando there going really wide. He's going to have to sacrifice a whole bunch of places to avoid a penalty.
Aditya leads. Nazrul Izzat and Dimash Julie, Husni Zainal, John Emerson and Gito, Akid Aziz in P6, but less than 0.75 a second between 1 and 11. Only Suchat Dwanglit and Giancarlo Maurizio, who we saw, and Adib, who's crashed out of the game.
Again, we retreated to the site of the approach to the big loop at turn 3. Both race take 60 bikes in the middle of that pack, the bright green. So yeah, we thank them for their colour scheme this season.
Absolutely. Like a flock of birds as they come through, isn't it? Somehow they avoid contact with each other. Eventually somebody has got to be at the front of the flock.
Yeah. 2 GRT Pitts bike one-way machines, both very near the front there.
Akid leading the way.
Yeah.
Akid Aziz leads the championship by 5 points. This is beautifully poised. We're into the second half of the race.
Yep, that 4 out of 8 battles completed.
Oof. Behind them, 222.
2-3, double champion there. Gupita Krishna, behind Fahmi Bassam.
There is Fahmi. Now, doesn't really matter the positions. In many ways, I think we're just looking at the style of the riders. Are they comfortable? Is there a problem with the bike? As Ahmed Afif Amran will have the job of trying to chaperone Akid Aziz if Akid comes into any real pressure. 202 is Dimash Julie, and also the man who's really dominated 157, Murabel Vitoni, and Murabel Vitoni will be in that leading group, in fact leading from Akid Aziz. 3 laps to go. Dimas Julie involved. Aditya Fauzi also involved. Ooh, Akid forced to stand up by Dimas Julie.
Dimas Julie, he's quick around here. It's been a poor weekend for him so far. He's trying to make it up, and that would be a good one for Team 1 for all. I'm pretty sure I've not been on the podium this year. Two race tech 60s running together on the approach to turn 3.
143, Husni Zainal leads. It is 2 3/4 or 2 2/3 laps to go. Husni Zainal is there. He's taking, which of the greens is that? Which of the race techs? He's taking Aditya Fauzi with him. On the other side of the track, we've got Wayewaji, bike number 60. 222, Fahmi Bassam is in the midst there as the swarm comes around, and 222, Fahmi Bassam has the lead. And he's got company from his teammate as well, Husni Zainal.
Yeah, he's going to get edged out, possibly, or possibly not, by Aditya Fauzi.
Swarm of bees buzz around turn 4, 5, the right-hander into turn 6. Let's get our positions right. Let's not make mistakes. I'm sure that obviously they're focused on what's going on, but I'm sure they're thinking position, position, position going into the final 3 or 4 turns.
10 kilometers left approximately in this 2024 championship. It's still as finely poised as it was at the start.
Hafiz Faril just behind Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Now this is a big lead, comparatively. Akid Aziz is in that little mob, but the lead will be held with 2 laps to go by Fahmi Bassam. Now then, he has made a real effort to get ahead. He's 1.3 seconds clear. Has he made a run from home from 2 laps to go?
Well, he's certainly going for it. We've seen people try and fail before, but we have seen 1 or 2 people succeed, including Afif Amran a few years ago here at Chang International.
Oh,
Nazrul is out, running around the outside. He's got a problem again. Rotten luck this weekend for the outgoing champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin.
Back-to-back retirements for Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. Difficult end to the season. He picked up a 3rd in Sepang, which we thought would reignite his season, but DNF yesterday, a DNF today. But look at this, Fahmi Bassam is leading the way, and the Pitspike boys, Ahmed Afif Amran and Akid Aziz, they've decided they can't let Fahmi get away. Fahmi has really got to do this. He's 11 points behind. He's got to win and hope that something goes on behind them. Akid Aziz, his main problem is Aditya Fauzi.
That's it, and if Akid drops back too far, Fahmi Bassam could claim it. Aditya Fauzi has got a similar problem. So Fahmi Bassam really opening things up. Brilliant work from the Indonesian. Roberto Vitoni moves up. He sees his perfect weekend being threatened by his teammates, among others. Afif Amran riding shotgun there. Final few turns of 2024 Des Corkill.
Wonderful. If Fahmi Bassam were to win and Akid Aziz came 4th, Fahmi would have more points than Akid Aziz. But he would need Aditya Fauzi to drop below 2nd. The permutations are there for everybody. Akid Aziz, though, they've clawed back that 1.3 seconds. Akid Aziz will be leading going into the final lap of this championship. The leader in the championship is the leader on the track. Fahmi Bassam and Murabel Bitoni, Afif Amran are there. Where is Aditya Fauzi? He's in P5.
Yeah, that escape attempt from Fahmi Bassam didn't work out. Now Akid Aziz, maybe he's attempting it, but Murabel Bitoni's not going to have any of it. He seems to feel it's his destiny this weekend to dominate.
13 and 177. They're the 2 to look for. That's the one with just a 5-point differential.
Wow. All together, Akid Aziz with the gap at the front. He's got his cool head back on because that was a long look around behind him he had.
And again, hunkers down though over those handlebars. Coming through there, 222, Fahmi Bassam, Akid Aziz. Well, his teammate FIM made a run from home a couple of years ago here in Buram. Akid is not going to be able to get away. In fact, he's being caught up by SCK. And Akid Aziz, as he takes this left-hand corner, that's through turn 4. It is building up to the finale we anticipated. Akid pushed back down to P6.
Ooh.
That's Masato is one of those who's down.
Another crash for Masato Fernando, but back at the front, it's Murabul Vitoni taking over the lead. Akid Aziz is still there. Aditya Fauzi is still there.
Akid number 13. Murabil holds on to P157 as they come into the final main straight. Akid 13 and Murabil are close to each other. Akid is off the racing line. We are down now into corner number 12. A championship to be decided on one corner. 2-2-2, Fahmi Bassam gets in there. Aditya is pushed wide. There is a man down.
Aditya.
A man down. Aditya is down. The race is won. As they go through, Fahmi Bassam has the victory, and Fahmi Bassam will be our champion.
Aditya Fauzi and Akid Aziz down in
Fahmi
that final
Bassam
corner
takes
drama.
the victory. Akid is knocked out on the final corner, and we have a new champion in Underbone 150.
Win number 4 for Fahmi Bassam, 222. Jubilation in the LFN H Putra 969 pit. Incredible stuff. Oh, Waiwaji Trilaksana still upright, but his teammate is not. There will be race direction taking a close look at that. There was a rider who went on to the green. I think it was a kid, so that won't affect anything. Bertoni had his perfect run spoiled. Let's just take a look here.
Akid loses the back end, and Akid is the man who took out Aditya Fauzi. Those two were so keen looking at each other. Akid gets up, but he knows his title is gone because Fahmi Bassam has got the right line. And oh, Akid Aziz led going into the final round, led going into the final lap, was in the leading group going into the final corner. Your champion is Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN HB 969 Indonesia Racing Team. And the only time he has led the championship in the whole season is in the final corner of the final race of the season.
Brilliantly done. He kept a cool head. He just said he was going to go for it when he spoke to Daniel. All sorts going on out on the circuit.
Yeah, on the last lap, there was a really nasty incident. It included Masato Fernando.
I didn't see who the other rider was who went down then.
I think it might have been Faraz Putra, and he hit the ground pretty hard. Ambulance is there. He's being stretchered off at the moment as we're watching the jubilation of Fahmi Bassam. I saw that Faraz Putra hit the tarmac very, very awkwardly in that incident. So the Underbone 150 champion, Fahmi Bassam, elation for him, elation for the teenager.
And finally, Team One for All, in the shape of Dimas Juliet Moko, get onto the podium this season. So while the spotlight shines on the others, congratulations to Team One for All and Dimas Juliet Moko for that great result in a race full of drama, thrills and spills. We hope none of the spills have been serious.
Fahmi Bassam, he is celebrating his teammate alongside him. Husni Zainal is there, keeping an eye though on the incident over on just before turn 6 and 7. An ambulance is on its way to the medical centre, and I'm pretty sure that it's one of the Cardinals Racing riders in there. But let's focus on the triumph for the Indonesian team.
Yeah.
Fahmi takes it by 3/10 from Murabil Vitoni, whose perfect weekend is denied him just at the very end. Dimas Juli, P3, Ahmad Afif Amran in P4.
Yeah, the riders riding shotgun, Afif Amran And Wayuaji Trilaksana staying upright, doing a really good job in that race. Wayuaji was 8th, just ahead of Pirapong Louis Bumpeng. So 3rd and a 9th for Team One for All. And as well he might, Fahmi Bassam, who really started with a bit of a long shot for the title, now has it. Absolute jubilation. This is what it means to win a championship, especially in this class. It's so unpredictable. We promised drama and it exceeded our expectations.
The only time he has been in the lead in this championship all season is in the final 100 meters of the season. At the end of 12 races, one of which was rained off. So 11 completed races. He's led for 100 meters. It's the most important 100 of the lot.
Yeah, not for the first time we see an all-Indonesian podium. Fahmi Murabil and Dimas Juli wipes the tears from his eyes, bless him. That's the big boss giving him a hug then.
Big boss should give him a big hug. That is a remarkable victory. And to his credit, he tried to take it from the front, right from the off. He was in the leading group the whole time. He led 7 or 8 or 9 times in this 8-lap race. But even so, the way that he has finished. Fahmi Bassam takes it 3/10 clear of Murabil Vitoni. The two teammates can celebrate together. Team One for All's Dimas Julia and Moko eventually gets himself a podium for bike 202, 8/10 down. Ahmad Afif Ramram, as far as pits bike are concerned, it's the wrong bike in P number 4. John Emerson and Gito in P5 for Yamaha Sniper, on the Yamaha Sniper. Gupita Krishna, bike number 23 for SM Evo Yamaha Racing Team in P6. Rekat Yusuf and Wayu Ajit Trilaksana for SEK Honda and Racetech respectively, 8th. Pirapong Luboympeng, Team One for All. Good day for them, Team One for All. They've not had the best of seasons. Hafiz and Husni Zainal, Indonesia in 10 and 11. Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Cardinals in P12. Akida Ziz, pits bike came off on the final corner, took Aditya Fauzi with him. They both got up to pick up some points, but then in P15 we had Sujat not finishing, Fares Putra, Mazato Fernando. I hope they're okay because they were involved in a nasty looking incident. Nazrul Izzat, unlucky for the outgoing champion. Giancarlo Maurizio won a race this season, but he crashed out with 7 laps to go. Adib Perino, a non-starter.
Well, that's only 2 races out of 5, Des Corkill. Plenty to come, and AP250's coming up. That's going to be quite something.
Fantastic. Let's get some reaction though. I believe amongst all the tears and the hugs, we have got Daniel Bogas ready to talk to our champion.
You are now the champion of the Underbone 150 Championship. You are the Asian champion. First time for you and the team. Tell us about it.
Ya, terima kasih kepada tim, seluruh mekanik, bos, ibu bos yang sudah bekerja keras untuk saya dan rekan-rekan tim saya dan teammate saya. Ini 1,5 tahun saya di Asia Road Racing. Alhamdulillah bisa champion di tahun 2024. Terima kasih kepada seluruh penonton di Indonesia yang selalu support saya dan selalu mendoakan saya. Ibu di rumah, bapak, istri saya tercinta selalu mensupport dan mendoakan saya. Terima kasih.
So a quick translation of that was after big thanks to the team, big thanks to the boss, thanks to the fans, thanks to all the Indonesian fans, thanks to everyone at home. After 1.5 years, Fahmi managed to be the champion of Asia. So Fahmi, big congratulations to you once again. Fantastic season.
Thank you.
An incredible finale to the Underbone 150cc Championship. 3 had a genuine chance of taking the title. Akid Aziz, bike 13. Aditya Fauzi, bike 177. And Fahmi Bassam, the outside man, bike 222. 2 from Indonesia, 1 from Malaysia. It was tight early on. There was an incident in which we saw...
That was Giancarlo biting the dust then, unfortunately for him, because he's looked quick all weekend. But that was the end of his race. Aditya Fauzi trying to run at the front for as much of the race as he possibly could, and Masato Fernando also showing strongly as he did yesterday.
As the bike number 1, Nazrul Izzat, the defending champion, wanted to go out with a bang. He did go out with a bang, just the wrong way going out with a bang. His engine would fail for the second time this weekend. Keep an eye out though for bike 222. There he is, Fahmi Bassam. He was always wanting to be with the leading group, and he maintained that he was able to get there. There he is, actually leading with 2 laps to go. That's where Nazrul Izzat goes out. But Fahmi Bassam, he's saying, I've got to win this race, and I've got to rely on something going on behind me. That's exactly what happened, Barry Russell.
Yeah, that was exactly what happened, and that was a long, long look that Kid Aziz took behind him. He was calculating in his head, I think, who's there, how many points have they got, and so rather than do what he usually does, which is come from the back to the front, he stayed close to the front all the way through. That was the incident that took out Faris Putra and Masato Fernando.
And then we knew what would be the important moment, the final corner. People taking all kinds of lines. Look at the orange and black of Akid Aziz. He turns in, he thinks he's got himself into P4, but he's just knocked off by Murabil Vitoni. Murabil Vitoni knocks Akid Aziz off the racing line, off the track, and gives his teammate Fahmi Bassam the victory and the championship. Oh, wow. I don't think there was anything sinister at all in what happened there. But Murabil Vitoni has done his teammate the most magnificent favour.
Yeah, very much a racing incident. Dimas Julie comes to the podium for the first time this year, an overdue visit, so welcome to him. Murabil Vitoni, what a phenomenal weekend that young man has had.
From Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team, Fahmi Bassam.
And your race winner, Fahmi Bassam. And because he won the race, because his 2 rivals were both involved in that last corner incident, there is your champion, and there is your champion team. National anthem of Indonesia, Raya, will, I'm sure, be sung with heart and gusto.
To present the winners.
Well, I was emotional. That was emotional.
We were emotional, Des.
Dunlop to the podium.
Fahmi Bassam, full of it. We've got some good news, I think, coming from medical.
Yes, indeed, we have. Let's firstly introduce Kentaro Kobayashi, the Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited man Dunlop, who is handing out the awards for 3-2-1. And in that horrible crash involving Faris Putra, I was genuinely concerned because of the way Faris seemed to hit his head on the tarmac. We're getting good news that it is okay. The medical team have said he's okay. He's bashed and bruised, but is okay, which is a huge relief for all of us.
From Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team.
And that means we can truly enjoy this moment for Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN HB 969 Indonesia. He won the first race of the season in Buriram. He won the last race of the season in Buriram, in between Mandalika and Sepang. He won victories there. He did not finish in Mategi. 0 points in the second race in Buriram. Gosh, what a roller coaster. Thongchai Wongsawan, the FIM Asia representative, hands out the team award to Yamaha LFM.
To take a photo with our race winners.
Fantastic, Barry. Just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm more speechless than I should be as a commentator, but that would just took our breath away. So much drama. And Fahmi Bassam, who said every lap is a battle, and the trick is, I'm going to get that quote out, the trick is to win the last one or something like that. But there was some real wisdom from the young Indonesian, and he put it all together today.
That is a happy shot. 3 Indonesians on the podium. And there is your champion, Fahmi Bassam. Left it late, but takes the title. 11 points clear, Baki Aziz. That makes it look quite comfortable. Aditya Fauzi, 17 points clear. Murabil Bitoni, what a weekend for Murabil. And what a weekend for the Yamaha LFN HB 969 team. Congratulations to Pitspike and Race Tech for being on the podium. Gupita Krishna in P5. Nazrul Izzat, 2 engine failures this weekend in P6. Husni Zainal, good weekend for him, 76 points. Ahmad Fazrul Sham continues to impress for Cardinals Factory Racing Team, 72 points for him. And this is your champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the presentation for the overall trophy for the Underbone 150 class.
Thongchai Wongsawan from FIM Asia will have the privilege of handing this trophy to our new 150cc champion, taking over from Nazrul Izzat Bahodin, who gave it a real effort to retain his title, but in the end, Fahmi Bassam started the season here well, finished the season here in magnificent, emotional, remarkable
yeah, he began the race 11 points behind, finished the race with an 11-point margin at the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your 2024 champion, Fahmi Bassam!
What a
handsome trophy.
Yeah, I was going to say, what a proper champion's trophy that is too. Brilliant.
And now we'd like to invite Mr. Thongchai Wongsawan to take a photo with our 2024 champion.
Lovely shot, top left. Of course, you kiss a trophy as handsome as that.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your 2024 champion, Fahmi Bassam!
That's going to take a while to sink in.
And a big thank you to Mr. Thongchai Wongsawan for presenting the trophy to our champion.
Okay, after the drama, absolute drama of the Underbone 150, we move to the AP 250, and this is close as well. There could be something equally sensational in just a couple of minutes' time as we are reaching the finale, the fabulous finale of the Asian Road Racing Championships 2024. Don't go too far away. We're back in 2 minutes' time.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
We take a deep breath as the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship approaches the AP 250cc final race of the season. We take a deep breath because of the drama we've just seen in the Underbone 150cc, and this 250cc championship is every bit as tight. We have got 206 points. Sorry, that was last season. We've got just 2 points separating Kiandra Ramadipa from Herjan Adna-Firdaus and Fairuzi Torkatullah. That's after Kiandra Ramadipa won yesterday's race 1. Des Corkland, Barry Russell in the commentary box today. Firstly, let's look back at yesterday's action, which saw Ramadipa take the lead in the championship. And Ramadipa, bike 212 for Astra Honda Racing. Always there or thereabouts. This has been a season-long battle between Yamaha, Fairozi, Araya Gasca and Herjan and Kiandra Ramadipa. Cao Vietnam taken out early on to bring his season to a disappointing finale, although we can put that right today. And Pirapong Boonlert, a potential wildcard, he was taken out as well. But the real battle was that Yamaha Astra Honda battle, Barry Russell.
Yes, it really was. Fairozi came in determined to overhaul the points disadvantage that he had at the beginning, and he rode like an absolute demon, as we knew he would, keeping himself at or near the front all the time. But so did Herjan Adna-Firdaus, the number 46, and so did Kiandra Ramadipa, who just looks so serene. He's just 15.
And he's a slight lad as well, isn't he? I'll be interested to see if and when he moves up to the 600s. There is some serious air there. That was Emil Edzwan going out on the pits bike. Luckily, he was okay. Luckily, he was pushed away. But there is Arjan Adna, who is looking to try to take his first title. He's been third, he's been second. Bike number 46 is looking to take P1. He's only 2 points off the drift. Fairozi Torkatullah, though, this is an interesting one. Bike number 36 on the Yamaha, scrapping for the lead. He scrapped too hard, Barry. Although he would finish second, he was penalised a place and drops down to third.
Yeah, we didn't catch it on screen, but he did go off track and he was deemed to have gained an advantage from it, so he dropped a place, which is normal regulations. Unfortunate that it happened. That wasn't the incident, that was just a close finish.
That was the photo finish, which got Kiandra Ramadipa into the lead. Herjan Adna finished fourth. It means the bike 2-on-2 has a 2-point lead coming into the final race of the season. But 2 points means that you've got to finish ahead of the person behind you, because if Herjan Adna finishes ahead of you and you're second, you've lost the title. If you finish second, you're third, you've lost the title.
That's it. Big gap between the points for first, second and third. So everything to play for as we have another look at this magnificent Channing International Circuit, now 10 years old, and really, really going strong.
I wonder how the point system works for those. I mean, it's pretty regulation, but 25 points for the victory, 20 for P2, 16 for P3, 13 for 4, 11 for 5, 10 for P6. That's how it is so tight. Right, that's what might happen. Let's have a listen to what the riders think might happen. We're going down to join Daniel Bogus, who is on the grid.
Behind me there is the lake at the Chang International Circuit. And on my left here is the championship fight that we are about to witness, the AP 250 class, the lightweight tanked class. This is such an interesting category. Ever since the new regulations have been updated, the battle has been absolutely fierce, and we are about to witness some young talents go right at it. And speaking of young talents, Kiandra Ramaniva. Kiandra, yesterday was a victory, but today you start as a championship leader. What can we expect from Kiandra?
Yeah, I will do my best and I will enjoy the race.
Love that. We always see you enjoying. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head back one row and talk to none other than Arai Agaska. Let's have a quick word with Arai. So, Arai, yesterday's race was an interesting one. You got bumped up into second place, but you were well within the fight. What can we expect for today's race?
Yeah, I stay focused and I will be better to race kemarin apa Pak? Yesterday.
Is there any plan with any strategy with Farozi?
Yes.
We look forward to seeing it. Good luck for this one. And last but not least, we are going to have a chat with one of the exciting riders that joined the paddock this weekend, which is Humberto Cesar Maier, our rider from Brazil, who's riding with T.Y. Antares. Let's have a quick word with him. Now, Humberto, yesterday was an interesting race. You were well within the fight, but then dropped out in the last few laps. Can you tell us what happened in that moment?
Yeah, yesterday I fight for the top positions, but in the final 2 laps I did a mistake. But today is another day, so I try to do my best and try the best result for my team.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And back to you, Desenberry.
Indeed, good luck to Humberto, and he is one of a couple of riders who could really be a problem for either Kiandra or Hersian. We saw that he was well in with the shouts, was Humberto, and if he picks up 20 points, or if he gets a podium place, that could really cascade down the points differences and affect the championship.
Yeah, it could indeed. He could well take away big points. He looked like a potential podium finisher until that late error, which he just took responsibility for. So Jonathan Firdaus on your screen there. He's third season in the championship. First time he finished third. Second time he finished second. He's currently second at the start, but only 2 points behind his teammate, Kiandra. So everything to play for. It's so tense. And I think we're there with, now with another rider that can spoil things. That's Pirapong Boonlert.
He'll hope to get further than he did yesterday, where he crashed out. Was it the first lap, first corner, wasn't it?
It was.
Turn 3.
Yep.
He and Cal Vietnam took each other out, but more than capable of former ARRC champion Pirapong Boonlert. And also another potential spoiler, Aike Yoshi on the Kawasaki, the best of the Kawasaki's for a Moto Sniper Mantech Racing. He's had 3 podiums so far this season, and the Kawasaki, we always seem to see the green flashes close without being able to produce the goods.
Yeah, he was picked up 2 P2s in Sepang, so it was a lot more promising. And he seems more comfortable and more confident on that very differently configured, much heavier machine.
63, Sharafuddin Azman, it tells you there's some real quality in this contest. Sharafuddin is down in P8, the Malaysian. But he's had not on the worst season on the Idemitsu Bunchu Honda. He's had 2 podium finishes. Alongside him, the emerging Irfan Heikel, his teammate for Idemitsu Bunchu Honda, who has yet to have a podium, did have a P4 in Sepang when it looked like he was really coming to the party at last, Irfan Heikel.
Yeah, 7th yesterday, but did look more promising.
Next line after that, you've got Umberto, we've got Cal Vietnam, who's had 1 race win this year and 2 other podium finishes. Fascinating season. I'd love to see how Cal Vietnam writes his report at the end of this year.
Yeah.
It really is a variable season, but he's been competitive, Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, he has. He's absolutely on the pace, and of equal importance is the fact that he's pulled through 2 more really good riders from Vietnam.
Quite right.
Hu Tri and Ton Nam Phu.
Yeah. Ton Nam Phu is alongside Cal Vietnam on the 4th row of the grid. We'll give you the grid lineup in just a moment as the men behind the ARRC and the main man behind the Chang International Circuit, who've been such great hosts. They're enjoying the spectacle, and this is exactly what you want as tournament organisers, close finishers, not knowing who is going to win the title going into the final race of the season.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times, haven't we? And even championships being decided on countback or based on wins and even P2s.
Indeed. And in this category, we've had wins by thousands of seconds already this season. And we had one yesterday that was by the thousands of the seconds, although it was changed later on.
Yeah, initially given to Ferozi, amazingly, although we called it correctly from our lofty location.
Okay, here is Ferozi. He is on pole position for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, alongside the 2 Astra Hondas of Herjan Adna Ferdow, second in the championship, and championship leader Keandra Ramadipa.
And leading row 2 is the 2019 Supersport 600 champion. He starts 4th. Next to him, Aiki Yoshi on the Motor Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki, and outside of him, finished 2nd yesterday, Araya Gasca Dibani Laksana.
A very warm welcome to TY Antares Racing Team's Umberto Neto from Brazil, the first Brazilian ever in the ARRC. Sharafuddin Azman from Idemitsu Bunchu Honda, alongside his teammate Irfan Heikel, experience and youth for the Honda team from Malaysia.
We were just talking about Cal Vietnam. He starts 10th on row 4. Next to him, Kitsura Tanachot, who did a brilliant job yesterday replacing Piawat Patumios, and the ever-improving Nguyen Ton Nam Phu for Honda Racing Vietnam.
Emil Isdar Edouan, he crashed out yesterday in spectacular fashion. He's okay to ride today. He's in P13. Hu Tri from Honda Racing Vietnam in P14. Waritong Nokpakun from East NJT Racing, who've been competitive all season. I hope he's have a good race today.
Or its teammate, Watcher Tub Timon, starts 16th. Next to him, Deandra Triardika, and outside of him, Idemitsu Honda Racing India's Kevin Kintel.
Wang Jiadong from Victor Racing is on P19, bike 461. Johan Emanuel on his first weekend for Gusto Racing Indonesia welcomes the ARRC. As for Shun Jiang as well, TY Antares Racing Team trying to just improve as the weeks go on, as the races go on.
Alfred Jacob heads row 8 from Musim Paramban, and Long Nanze for Victor Racing Team, who starts 24th.
And Gao Jiang for Team One for All. Good to see Chinese racers in this ARRC. They're not in the leading packs, they're not expected to be, but you get in there, as we saw with Cal Vietnam. The more racing you get, the more experience you get, the more familiar you get, the better your engineers become, and it all leads up to eventually becoming competitive.
Yeah, they're getting good technical experience as well by bringing in riders like Humberto into a Chinese team. Here we go.
10 laps of the track, final race of the season. On pole position, Ferozi off to a solid start. The man in blue, the Yamaha, he needs a win, and he needs to get others behind him falling off the way. So Ferozi is off to exactly the start that he needs to do, the blue Yamaha. Then he just shifts to the right-hand side of the track, and it's Herjan Adna who's gone alongside him, and Araya Gasca who's gone with him.
Yeah, good start from Pirapong as well. He's up there in the top 3. He crashed at turn 3 yesterday. Let's see how he does then.
Sharafuddin Azman coming on. At one stage, Sharafuddin is going to come good. He's such a good racer. One day the combination is going to work for Sharafuddin Azman. Is it today?
Well, yesterday's championship leader, Herjan, is currently leading on this first lap. But it's Honda, Astra Hondas, and good work from Sharafuddin.
Thunderbone-esque the way these AB250s are approaching this first lap. Everyone, they come round turn number 5. Everyone safely through. A couple of forced just a little bit wide. One of the east, I think it's Watchering, was forced very, very wide. Sharafudin has gone out with a fair amount of aggression in the early stages here, and he's taken Arai Agaska and Fairozi, who's the Yamaha with the chance of the championship. And behind them, Irfan Heikel as well on the Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. Maybe Bunshu got the setup right today.
Yeah, that's certainly a really good start from them. And just behind Irfan Heikel is Pirapong Boonalert.
Well, Astra Honda, they are not in that leading group at the end of the first lap. And look at that, Umberto, bike number 99 is coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bikes before the first Astra Honda of Herjan Atner. Right, have we got a shock on the cards here? Keandra Ramadeepa down in P11, Barry Russell.
Yeah, that is a surprise. He was never far from the front yesterday. These signs of nerves then, riders going too wide. But that Yamaha, has gone right to the outside. Is that Arai Agaska?
38 and a 36 from a distance.
Heikel coming up.
Well, as with Sharafudin, we know that Irfan Heikel is quick. We know Idemitsu Bunshu Honda have got such a wonderful record in this championship, so their engineers know what they're doing. And at the moment, it's Yamaha and the Idemitsu Bunshu Hondas in there, and Cal Vietnam's joined the fun at the front. So it's all the Hondas apart from the Astra Hondas.
And at this early stage, in championship terms, it's with Ferozi.
In a swim, was he? He was rather awarded it in controversial circumstances in Zhuhai.
Yeah, and he's chucked a couple away, so these things even out over the course of the season, as they do in pretty much any sport you can think of. But this is really good from Irfan Heikel.
Approaching the tricky 12th turn. Fairozi has a look on the inside, and where are the Astra Hondas? Are they playing just a waiting game? They're not being dropped. Oh, somebody's being dropped.
That was a Honda that went wide then and just...
Is it Ramadeepa? I think that might be Keandra Ramadeepa. Herjan Atner is there. Let's have a look if Keandra Ramadeepa, bike 212, is emerging.
He's not on the timing screen.
There he is, Keandra Ramadeepa has had an engine problem. Now he gets going, head in hands time for Astra Honda, and Keandra Ramadeepa, the championship leader, is out.
Wow. So, heartbreak for the 15-year-old Keandra, not his fault. Clearly he was out of sorts early in the race because he was way back in the field. Looking now as Heikel sustains his good performance at the front.
So all eyes now on Fairozi, bike number 36. He's at the moment in P3, the leading man on the Yamahas. And then we will look back for Herjan Atner at the moment in P9. P9 gets you 7 points.
Wow.
And there is Ramadeepa. Yeah, he realizes there he's got a problem. Astra Honda have not been on the pace all race.
No, Herjan is some way back.
Oh, there's a... Oh, yes. There goes a championship.
I wonder what that was. Was it a gear shift problem? It's hard to see because he sped up again in pit lane. Anyway, it's Cal Vietnam back at the front.
46 though is back in the reckoning, Herjan Atner. He has a 9-point advantage over Ferozi.
Yeah, Ferozi has kept himself in the top 3 all the way through, but Herjan Atner starts with big points advantage over Ferozi.
In any countback, Fairozi has 3 wins. Herjan Atner has 2. If Ferozi was to win and Herjan Atner comes 3rd, the countback would come into play. But there's a long, long, long way to go before then, including Irfan Heikel and Cal Vietnam wanting to take the victory as well. Sharafudin Azman also in there.
Wow. And spoilers, Umberto and Pirapong as well.
Let's say Ayoshi might come into the reckoning as well. The Kawasaki is often quick, but not so quick today. Herjan Atner, to his credit, has got into that leading 5.
Such a quality rider, Herjan. And up an apology from Ferozi. Just ran wide, unsettled another rider. Eric Michael takes the lead. Good to say that. He's been promising for a long time.
Really is unfortunate to have, for the likes of Irfan, then that he's not the story. He might be the story of the race, but he's not the story of the championship. But nonetheless, he got a pole position in Sepang, and we've been waiting for Irfan, we've been waiting for Idemitsu Honda to really get their act together. Now Vietnam drops into P3. There is Ferozi. If Ferozi comes second and Herjan comes 4th, Ferozi takes the title. Skander Ramadipa, not meant to happen, not to him today. But anyway, back on the race, not meant to happen, not to him today. But anyway, back on the race. Look at this, Sharafuddin is there. Herjan Atner is there, yeah. He doesn't like the camera in his face. We apologise for that, but also, it is the story.
Yeah, the irregulars are getting amongst it. Now, that was Kutri that went wide, the number 19.
1-1-1 is Kitsada Tanajon, another of the wild cards.
Yeah,
we weren't expecting Kitsada to have much to play in here, but Kitsada did well yesterday.
Yeah, Pirapong up in 4th place. 4th place is 13 points. And Humberto is in that group there as well.
Herjan Atner, where's Herjan? It's a 9 points difference between Herjan and Ferozi. The count back in favour of the bike number 36. Sharafuddin Azman, 63. He comes through into the lead. 1-1-1, Kitsada.
God, he's got good pace, hasn't he?
And he came 5th yesterday.
Yeah.
He sustained it yesterday as well. And there's Herjan holding on ahead of Ferozi. Herjan's got to be aware of Ferozi. That's all he needs to be aware of. The proximity of Ferozi. 36 and 46. 46, you just keep Ferozi in your sights. You can let Araya Gaska go. You can let Sharafuddin Azman go. 5 laps to go. We are at the midway point of the finale of the 250cc championship. Pirapong Boonlad, 39 at the back. He tracks Irfan. There's Ramadipa. Consolation all round.
Yeah, very well deserved the hug from the boss. But back on track.
That shot shows you how competitive this category is. Look at this. I knew that Ioki would make a move at some stage. There is the green Kawasaki, just moves through into P2. None of this is good for Ferozi. Ferozi needs to finish high and hope that Herjan is in the pack a long way behind him.
Rosie down in 7th currently, behind Cal Vietnam.
That's exactly the point.
Boonlert up near the front. Just going inside Pirapong. Sorry, just going inside Arayagaska, who made a mistake. Covered well.
Is this going to be the day the Kawasaki eventually show that they are worth a win? Ioki's not had a victory this season. He's been knocking on the door, Hayashi. He's a wonderful competitor. He's been denied by 5,000th of a second at Sepang, and then by 1/10 of a second in the second race at Sepang.
Yeah, and he's done a wonderful and really valuable job in developing this 4-cylinder Kawasaki as a competitive machine in this class. Oh, and down goes Pirapong. Again, I think he took a knock from one of the other riders, but he's okay, he's winded.
Yeah, he's frustrated more than anything else, so Pirapong goes out. Ferozi just needs to avoid an incident such as that. So there is Ferozi. He's 9 points adrift of Herjan Atner. Herjan, remember, bike number 46. It's looking good for Herjan, it's looking good for Astra Honda. Thankfully, it's not looking too awful for Pirapong Boonlert. Just gets it wrong and then is clipped by Arayagaska. And hits the gravel hard.
Yeah, there was a hard knock, but he's uninjured, unlike his bike. It's a good showing from Aiki Iyoshi And an even better showing by Herjan Atner Fradaus, the number 46 for Astra Honda. He's such a good quality rider. Really now he's too big for these machines.
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he? Plus, in those regulations where we want to keep it as competitive as possible, you win too many races, you get penalised.
And he has won too many races, and he's got 1,000 RPM chopped off his maximum rev limit. So this again emphasises the quality of the Indonesian rider. His third season here. As we said, he's been third first season, second in the second season. At the moment, at the halfway, or just over the halfway point, looking good. Take the next step up. Cal Vietnam in the lead currently. Kitsadar is still there for East NJT. What a revelation he's been this weekend to ARRC regulars.
It certainly has. Home track, admittedly. But there is Herjan Atner now. This is his championship to lose. He's in complete control. He'd been off the pace in the early stages, but maybe he was just saying, let's not get into any trouble. Let's manage the tyres. Let's make sure I can be in a strong position coming into the latter stage of the race. And we are approaching the latter stages of the race. And there is the man, Fairozi, who needs to be ahead of Herjan Atner. Needs to be at least 2 places ahead of Herjan Atner. 1 place is not good enough. Just beating him is not good enough. Cal Vietnam and Kitsada are in the mix as well. Fairozi on the Yamaha, pushes, goes a little bit wide, offers a little apology, I think, to Kitsada for coming back onto the racing line.
Yeah, he's been very polite today following that little slap he had yesterday.
And that diminishing, that loss of a place yesterday could cost him the title, Barry.
Yeah, cost him 4 points.
The bigger scheme of things, he's dropped down to P5. Araya Gasker and the Kawasaki Meiki Yoshi have gone ahead of him. Hotel Sniper Mantec Racing Man was in the lead for a while. This is Cal Vietnam. Honda Racing Vietnam will be thrilled to bits with Cal Vietnam.
Absolutely, once again we're seeing a really good quick performance from Cal Vietnam. We want to see him up there at the finish line. It's so good for the sport back in Vietnam.
For the engineers, there's nothing they can do. They prepared the bike as well as they can for Fairozi. It's up to him. Remember, he must finish ahead of Herjan Atner. 36 must finish ahead of 46 by at least 2 places. And even that might not be enough.
And now he's 2 places behind. He's got Kitsada and Sharafuddin behind him.
Yeah, Van Heikel and Sharafuddin, after their strong start, they've fallen off the pace. Fairozi, the eyes are on him. He looks like he's got a lot of work to do. Herjan Atner, once again, in the technical area of the circuit, Fairozi looks pretty strong. Here he'll come in P3, as they'll come around with 2 laps to go. So Fairozi needs to make a move now or never. Cal Vietnam leads from Herjan Atner. Our focus on Herjan Atner, bike 46, because he's the man with the championship in his hands. If not Kiandra Ramadipa, then Herjan Atner. 3rd time of asking. 2 laps inside 9 kilometers for him to secure the title.
If it stays like this, all Herjan needs to do is cruise in, and the title is his. Fairozi's going to try everything behind him, but he's a long way behind him. He's about a second adrift there.
And is surrounded by good racers, including his teammates. Arai will maybe try to give Herjan a tow to try to get closer to the 2 Hondas ahead of them. Oh, it's tense there. We're feeling your tension, boys.
Well, Astra Honda pit, they've had 1 disappointment, and they're extremely hopeful on the other hand, and they've got another championship bid in the next race. Oh.
Cal Vietnam doing the tugging, doing the towing for Herjan. Araya Gasker trying to protect his Yamaha teammate.
Rosie running wide again on the exit, just too far onto the curb. Feeling the pressure, he knows. He's only got about 7 or 8 kilometers to go.
Yeah, time's running short. And Cal Vietnam, well, he's not really interested in helping Herjan Atner, but he is helping him. And Kitsada, well, he's not interested in helping anybody else but himself.
Absolutely.
The Yamaha, is there something sensational? It would need to be sensational. It is, as you say, best part of a second that he's got to catch up on the team ahead of him, and he's made no real headway in that last lap. He hasn't got the straight line speed. Right then, Herjan takes it gingerly into turn number 12 for the penultimate time. Cal Vietnam will lead over the line. Herjan Atner, 1 lap away from the championship. He's been third, he's been second. Is he going to pick up the title for Astra Honda Racing? The man behind him, 36, Fairozi, has got a lot of work to do.
1.3 second gap from Herjan to Fairozi, and Fairozi's got all kinds of pressure behind him, coming from his teammate, coming from the brilliant Kitsada and Aiki Yoshi.
As well as Sharafud and Asman, who's not out of the equation either. But the front two, Cal Vietnam, he almost has been like a wonderful pace setter, taking all the pressure away from Herjan Atner. The Honda Vietnam man has looked after the Indonesia Honda. And being able to keep in the lead. It's moving up slightly. Araya Gasker is saying, I'll try to take some of the burden away from you, Fairozi. I think they know the game is up.
Yeah, just, well, half a lap remaining.
Into turn number 4. The gap is closing, but not close enough for the Yamahas. Still, Cal Vietnam leads the way, looking for a second win of the season for the Vietnamese. And the Kawasaki of Aoki wants to get a podium finish as well. He's looking for a 3rd podium in a row. And this is all bad news for Fairozi Torkatullah.
Fairozi's fighting back hard, but he just doesn't have an answer. Cal Vietnam is away clear at the front. Brilliant work by the Vietnamese rider.
Cal Vietnam is going to come into the final corner. He will negotiate this safely. Cal Vietnam is going to take the race. Behind them, Fairozi makes a desperate effort, but Cal Vietnam takes the win. The title goes to Herjan Atner. 3rd place is Fairozi, Araya Gasker, Ayoshi 4 and 5. But congratulations to Herjan Atner. He has won the title for Astra Honda Racing.
And the mood in the Astra Honda garage goes from despair to elation. Conciliatory high fives in the Honda Racing, Yamaha Indonesia pit. There it is, up comes the graphic. Herjan Atner Firdaus is the 2024 ARRC AP250 champion, and he deserves it. Quality ride all the way through the season. He's overcome the rev cut, he's overcome his stature. Nice shake of hands there between Herjan and Fairozi. Fairozi did everything he could. No need to reproach himself, although he might. And out come the championship t-shirts from the Astra Honda garage. They just want to make sure they got the name right on it.
Yes, indeed. And the size.
Yes, absolutely.
Herjan Atner Firdaus, 3rd in 2022, 2nd in 2023, champion in 2024 of AP250. I feel a little bit sorry for Cal Vietnam, who's picked up his 2nd victory of the season, no doubting the quality of this one for the Vietnamese racer. But the story is Herjan Atner Firdaus and Astra Honda Racing. They retain as a team their title, and individually they've got the champion as well. Well, that wasn't prepared just 2 seconds ago, was it?
No, they found it from somewhere. These boxes that are kicking around the garages, some of them never see the light of day, but Herjan Atner Firdaus puts on his champion's shirt. ARRC 2024 champion, #1, Herjan Atner Firdaus. Congratulations to him and to the incredible Astra Honda team. On goes the champion's helmet.
Herjan, it'll take him a while to get back to the Parc Ferme, and they'll want a little photo done while they're out there. Helmets, t-shirts, bike, this is where it was, and this is the official result. Cal Vietnam, congratulations to Honda Racing Vietnam. He's won it by ½ a second from Herjan Atner. If there was a doubt about the victory, the merit of the victory in Zhuhai, no doubts about the merit here. Fairozi Torkatullah, congratulations, the Yamaha Racing Indonesia man, just didn't have enough power, nearly 2 seconds down on the winner. That's a comprehensive victory for Cal Vietnam. Araya Gasker did everything he could to help his Yamaha Racing Indonesia teammate. Aoshi once again competitive for Motul Sniper Mantek on the Kawasaki Hitsada. That's not a bad wildcard weekend, is it, for East NJT Racing? A P5 and a P6. Sharafuddin Asman and Irfan Heikel, good work from them. Humberto Neto, excellent work from the TY Antares racing team. Great to see a Brazilian on board here. The two Vietnamese in 10-11, Ton Ampu and Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Warrid for East NJT Racing in 12. Johan Emmanuel, well done to Johan Emmanuel. We gave him no love at all for Gusto Racing Indonesia. He was in P12. And also points for Alfred Sabalea and Emil Edzar. Wang Jiadong, Kevin Quintal, Watcherin, Deandra and Shun all completing, and Gao Jiang all completing within 40 seconds of the winner. Nangte for Victor Racing Team within a minute of the winner. 2 casualties, Pitapong Boonlet, and tragically in terms of the racing conditions for the championship leader Hyanda Ramadeepa, whose consolation is that he'll come 3rd in the overall championship standings.
Yeah, so take a breath. That was another dramatic championship tussle. Well, he did everything he could for Ozzy. He finished on the podium again. He's had a fantastic season. He's come back from a broken leg, no less. Finished 2nd in the championship. Cal Vietnam, there with the Honda Racing Thailand team. They have done a lot to support the effort in Vietnam, so great to see them bonding. And at last, after some very well-deserved on-track celebrations, Janatna makes his way to Parc Ferme. I think it's going to be another tragedy for that rear Dunlop.
Yes, yes.
On the back of that AP 250 machine, CBR 250 RR. You can see just what the scrum is like as our cameraman desperately looks for an opening. There he is, he's found it.
Well, Astra Honda had last year's winner, Reza Danica Arons. He went up to 600s this year. Janatna, because he's a big lad, as you say. Maybe he'll be suited to the 600s.
Yeah, we're kind of assuming that. I think it's a pretty safe assumption. Nothing's been announced, but he's a 600-sized rider, and he's a superbly quick, superb quality rider too. There it is in lights there. That brilliant graphic display on the start line.
So Herjan Adna Ferdaus is our champion. Let's head down towards the Parc Ferme, where Daniel Bogas has been waiting patiently for all the celebrations from the Astra Honda Racing Camp. And let's get some reaction to the AP250 race we've just seen.
Vietnam, your 2nd victory of the season, and what a race that was. You managed to pull the gap. Herjan is right with you, but what a fantastic race. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I know I very strong in Czech internal circuit, and I feel like my 2nd home. So yesterday I have the best tour inside because I qualified not good, but today I say with myself, okay, keep calm. We have to beat to win. 10 laps, 10 people. It's okay.
Thank you so much, Vietnam. Congratulations to you on the fantastic victory. And now we're going to try and grab a quick word with Herjan Adna Ferdaus, the 2024 AP250 champion, and his 3rd chance for the title. And as they always say, 3rd time's a charm. Herjan, we've been waiting for this moment. You are finally now the AP250 champion. Herjan, it was a tough race. You managed to pull the gap and follow Cal Vietnam. So can you tell us about your 2024 season?
Yeah, I will answer in Indonesian. Ya. Saya terima kasih kepada Astra Honda Racing Team telah memberikan saya kepercayaan yang sangat begitu besar untuk memenangkan kejuaraan Asia Road Racing Championship ini. Dan saya tidak bisa berbicara banyak. Perjuangan saya tahun pertama gagal, tahun kedua gagal, dan akhirnya di tahun ketiga ini di pertarungan perebutan juga gelar juara Asia saya bisa mendapatkan, dan saya tidak bisa mengucapkan kata-kata untuk tim dan juga keluarga yang selalu mendoakan saya, mensupport saya setiap hari. Terima kasih semuanya. Untuk mama papa di rumah, aku Brazil.
So quick transition, that was a big thank you to the team for the faith in him. First time didn't get it, second time didn't get it, third time he managed it, and he gives a thanks to everyone back at home, to his mom and dad. And Herjun, honestly, a fantastic season. Congratulations to you.
Best of the action of the AP 250 finale. And all eyes were on bikes number 36, 212 and 46. 36 was Fairozi Torkatula, 11 points behind the championship leader, 212, Kiandra Ramadeepa, and 46, Herjan Atna. For Kiandra Ramadeepa, well, they struggled in the early stages by Russell Astra Honda. They looked to be off the pace, and Ramadeepa actually had engine problems and went out.
Yeah, there he goes just then. Heads in hands in Astra Honda, but that wasn't the end of the story by any means. And all the way through the race here, we're looking just eight laps to go. You can see Cal Vietnam up there. He drops back a little bit, but always in touch, always threatening. Rosie gave it everything, but then there was a clash and a heavy fall there for Pirapong Boonler. Out again with a crash. Second time this weekend.
In the latter stages of the race, Fairozi was aware that the men in front of him, Cal Vietnam and Herjan Atna, were getting away from him. The simple maths were that Fairozi, bike 36, had to be at least 2 places ahead of Herjan Atna, otherwise it would be Astra Honda who would take the crown. But Cal Vietnam, he was almost leading Herjan. It was almost like they were teammates. You see them, bike number 65, just leading the way, taking the air away from Herjan Atna, and Fairozi could do nothing. In fact, Fairozi was busy battling off those around him.
Yeah, he was in a big fight. He was trying hard. You could see him making a few mistakes. The tension was getting to him. He was getting frustrated. As you can see, Herjan up ahead of him, and therefore with no chance of the championship unless he got ahead, and it just kept, distance kept stretching. This was a good performance from Aiki Oshi too.
The victory goes to Cal Vietnam. Second place, though, good enough for Herjan Atna to take his first championship. Astra Honda Racing, they're used to celebrating champions, and there he is. The t-shirts were already sorted. There were tears on the interview. Daniel Boger's got that ability to bring his interviewees to tears. Fairozi, well, a brave job, a job well done. He'll look back on the season and think, there were chances. But in the end, third place here. And back-to-back podiums. There's not an awful lot more he could have done.
No, definitely not. He gave it everything. Nothing to reproach him about.
And Cal Vietnam will come atop the box, atop the podium. And for the second time this season, we will hear the Vietnamese national anthem in celebration.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Vietnam.
Yang Quan Cha, the Song of the Marching Troops, the Vietnamese national anthem. AP 250 presenter for the winners. Again, FIM Asia's Mr. Tongtai Wongsawan. Thanks to FIM Asia for their support of the Asian Road Racing Championships, of the sanctioning of it.
In second place from Indonesia,
really well-run event. Second place, but it's so much more than a second place. He was very canny. He just followed Cal Vietnam. Cal Vietnam picks up his second win of the season. No doubt in this one, Barry Russell.
No doubt at all. I know that's part of the national flag, but that big gold star on the back does seem very well deserved.
There's the teacher in Barry Russell coming out.
Done. Out of you.
And the best team for AP
Mr. Tokukazu Handa, MD of Idemitsu FIM Asia Limited, hands out the team award to Honda Racing Vietnam. Once again, can't repeat enough our thanks to Idemitsu and the support that they give to the Asian Road Racing Championships. The calendar for next year is on the way to being approved. The initial first draft is out. We're already looking forward to 2025, but not before we've got two more championships to be decided here in 2024.
Yep, 2 out of 4 decided so far. Tension and drama that you might expect.
Here are the final championship standings. Once again, it looks comfortable, 13 points clear. Persian Adna, 165 points. Farozi Torkadullah from Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 152. Kianda Ramadipa, engine problems today. He was leading the championship going in. What if? I wonder, what if? But it doesn't count. Araya Gaska, what a great debut season of him in the 250s. 122 points for him. Ayoshi, competitive as ever on the Kawasaki. He does a great job for Motul Sniper Mantech team. Sharafuddin Azman for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. There's some opportunities for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda on 117. Cal Vietnam ends the season in triple figures, and Warit Tong Nopakun for East NJT Racing completes the top 8. Okay, let's once again look at our champion, Persian Adna from Astra Honda Racing.
For the AP 250 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our AP 250 2024 champion, Herjan Adna Firdaus.
A job lot of #1 t-shirts for the Astra Honda team, plus the champion visor. Herjan Adna Firdaus, third time of asking. Time he takes the #1 spot. Kazu Honda and the Idemitsu FIM Asia Pacific hands out another fine trophy. That's not one you want to drop, Herjan. Be careful.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. That does look fragile. Very well deserved. Brilliant performance. Top quality rider. I really hope we see him on something bigger next season.
For presenting the trophy to our winner.
Watch this space throughout the close season. The social media team will be keeping us updated, no doubt.
Class, Herjan Adna Firdaus.
Okay, as they prepare to take the photos, the celebratory photos, which once again will hit the Indonesian social media like nobody's business. There'll be a lot of activity on social media. Tell us your thoughts on Facebook and on Insta and anywhere you can find the ARRC. And also give us your thoughts on what you expect on the 600 Super Sports, where Ratapong Willarot, we're delighted to say he's recovered from injury and is one of the competitors racing in just a couple of minutes' time as we reach the conclusion of the Super Sports 600. This is the Asia Road Racing Championship coming to you from the Chang International Circuit. We're back with you on Super Sports 600 in a couple of minutes' time.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
A very warm welcome back to Buriram. As you can see, the main stand is filling up a little bit at the Chang International Circuit. It is the final days of racing of a hugely competitive season in the 2024 Asia Road Racing Championship, brought to you in association with Idemitsu. I'm alongside Barry Russell in the commentary box, and we're preparing for the Super Sport 600cc, Barry Russell, in which one of the guys, not Ratapong Willarot, Apiwat Wangtananon, is very, very much favourite to take the title. He has had a fabulous season. He has a healthy lead in the overall championship standings. What's your thoughts ahead of this race for Apiwat?
Apiwat clearly has one firm hand on the trophy. No doubt about it, he comes in with a 19-point advantage over his closest and only rival for the trophy, Adananta Putra. Adananta has had a difficult weekend. He came through really strongly in the race, but up until that point he was struggling. He's qualified 7th, so on the 3rd row, so he did brilliantly yesterday. Now, I think it's been interesting to see just what Adananta is made of.
You mentioned yesterday. Let's have a quick look at the race highlights from race 1 yesterday that made it so impressive for Apiwat Wangtananon. It's another Thai, Tanat Lampiao, who is on pole position after a brilliant qualification. But Apiwat, bike number 24, made a brilliant start. And this was one where he was dominant right from the start. He knows this circuit so well, does Apiwat, and he made that count all the way, right from the very first corner.
Yeah, in his own mind, he absolutely owns this. And you could see how hard the rider behind him then, that was Reza Danica Arends, was trying. In the race yesterday, he pushed all the way through until he pushed it too hard. But Apiwat looked comfortable at the front for a while.
The only man who can really challenge him is the Astra Honda Racing number 21, Adananta Putra, the Indonesian, stepping up behind them. Well, we had Helmi Asman and Hazre Hakim Anwar at some stages getting themselves in front, but you always felt, even when 32 Helmi Asman took the lead, you always felt that Apiwat, who knows this circuit like the back of his hand, he was just holding something up. And with 3 laps to go, that was really the time where we began to see Apiwat begin to really take the lead.
Yeah, after dominating the early stages, he did have a big challenge on his hand. And I can't say again how impressed I was with Adanantov coming up from 7th to chop his way to the front of the pack then. Got Helmi behind him. So at this point, with just 2 laps remaining, it was Apiwat in 3rd.
But then into the final lap, the long straight, he just a slight mistake from Helmi Asman. Helmi, if anyone, was the man who had the pace. Adanantov, which you always felt was just holding on a little bit. Maybe Adanantov's got something up his sleeve for today. But they came round the final corner, can afford a little look over his shoulder, half a wheelie, and a victory for Apiwat Wongthananon for his 4th victory of the season, his 3rd here at Buriram. This is his home circuit, and this is his championship to lose. Yeah, it effectively means that Apiwat Wongthananon and the Yamaha Technic Racing Team Asia, he must come off his bike, he must have a DNF.
Yeah, or some misfortune to befall him to lose the championship. It is absolutely, as you said, Des, his to lose. The Thai Racing Honda team gather around their pole sitter, Tanat Longpliao. Really impressive, 1 or 2 impressive rookies for Thai Racing Honda team. Big support there in the stands. A little bit self-conscious there perhaps, but down on the grid, there's a lot of thought going on. There it is, challenging track for the 600. You'll see them sliding into turn 3 after heavy braking on that long straight. 4 long straights really, because the run from 11 down to 12 is also pretty long. Hard braking there that we've seen decide so many championships, so many races. Championship leader, that turquoise 24 on the front. Yamaha Technic Racing Team Asia. We're going to go to Daniel, who is somewhere down there on the grid.
Now, if you're thinking it looks a little gloomy and shaded on the grid right now, you're not wrong. There's a bunch of scatter clouds around that might be playing an effect towards the track temperature. Well, it surely will. So we might get a bit more information on what the track temps are looking like. But right now, the real heat is happening on grid. Let's go have a chat with a few of the contenders. And we're going to start off with someone who's racing in his home race, Apiwat. And of course, we know Apiwat has been the championship leader for quite a while now. But can he seal the deal? Let's have a quick word with Apiwat Wongthananon. So Apiwat, yesterday's race, tricky one. Today, we can only expect more of the same. So what can we expect with this race, and then what's your plan?
Yeah, this plan is focus in the race, I concentrate in the claim, but yeah, I need to go straight quickly. But yeah, we will see in the race. But yeah, I keep calm, not push hard, yeah, and keep the championship point.
Thank you so much, Apiwat. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to make our way down a couple of rows to row 3, and we're just going to try and meander the huge crowd that we have on the grid here. So on P7, actually we're going to go to Adinanta, that's right. So Adinanta, yesterday's race was a pretty good battle, and we're only going to expect more of the same. Is there a plan with the team, or is your own plan going to be the choice?
Yeah, actually just I want ride with myself, so and not focus for the other rider. I just focus on my way and give the best in race 2, and I won't win. For the championship or others, it will be number 2. I just want to give my best and enjoy this race 2. Yes.
Thank you so much, Adinanta. We look forward to it. And now we're going to head one more row back and have a chat with the Filipino rider on the grid, McKinley Carpads, who's been riding at a decent pace this weekend. It's been a decent weekend for the Yamahas all around. So let's have a chat with Carl. So Carl, this season, your rookie season in 600s, how are you feeling for this last race? What can we expect?
Yesterday race, I feel good, but late in the race one, so I will try early in this race too to be in the group with the top 5. So let's see what will the race will go.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much. Yeah, away from the top guys, McKinley Paz, he's shown some consistency in the last 3 or 4 races. He's been 6th, 4th and 5th. So McKinley Paz is slowly but surely getting to grips with this Supersport 600.
Yes, he is. And his face there from Tanat Longpliao on pole for Honda with a sensational performance in qualifying yesterday. Didn't come through to him in the race. He had a late crash on the final lap, lap 12. There is Ratapong Willarot. He started from the middle of the front row. It is an all-tie front row, but he made a mistake and had a little coming together with another rider that put him back. He then pushed a little bit too hard to get back on terms and burned up his tyres. So he needs to get away and stay at the front today.
12-lap races, which is, it can be wearing mentally, particularly when the heat was on, but as we were hearing from Daniel, there's a little bit of cloud cover and the slight possibility of a little bit of rain, but it would have to come in very, very quickly to have any impact on this race or the next race. As we look at Helmi Asman, one of the princes of Sepang, he's 4th in the championship standings at the moment. He's helped himself to 5 podiums so far this year. Very, very quick, the number 32. And alongside Helmi Asman, you've got Reza Danica Aarons, last season's AP 250 champion. And another who not having the greatest of seasons. Had a couple of P5s, but that's the best that he's had so far. He'd like to finish with a fairly high position.
Yeah, in terms of speed, the best we've seen from him has been this weekend. But he pushed just a bit too hard and went out of yesterday's race. There's another of the impressive Honda Racing Thailand rookies, Kiatisat Singapong. He's mounted the podium twice this season.
He has a couple of 3rd places, one at Mandalika and one at Sepang. There's quite a few who you feel can be competitive, but Apiwat and Adananta are in a league of their own in many ways. But you never know, racing can do funny things.
Yeah, Adananta was so focused there in the grid interview that he was almost whispering about his plan. Apiwat talking more tactically.
There's the championship standings. Apiwat has a 19-point lead over Adananta Pucha. Adananta win and hope. That is effectively it. Azri Hakim Anwar, Helmi Asman, they'll be battling out, the 2 Malaysians, battling out to try and pick up the 3rd place overall. Kiatasuk and Veda Ega Pratama, who's not here today, McKinley Paz and Reza Danica. Oh, Veda Ega is here, sorry, he's in P10th at the moment. Astra Honda Racing. McKinley Paz in 7th in the overall championship standings. It is a 14-bike grid. And we've got 1 minute.
Yeah, just getting a message about the temperatures. The air temperature's dropped to 31 from 32, and the track temperature's dropped from 41 to 39. So pretty much what we'd expect. It won't make any material difference. As you were saying, there's a much more effect is likely to be the wind.
Yes, it is a little bit gusty down there. It's going down the main straight, but it's a very open circuit here. Not an awful lot of hills. There's one hill behind the main stand, but that offers no real protection. These bikes, they can cope with that quite comfortably. So Tanat Longpliao is the man on pole position. He started the season pretty well, did Tanat. He had a P4 in Buriram on race number 2 of the season. A pair of P5s around that, but he's not really produced that kind of form since then, the young Thai. But he is on pole position here, and he'll be alongside the Ratapong Willarot, a former ARRC 600cc champion back in 2018. Now glad to say back from a very nasty injury. And Apiwat Wangtananon, the champion-elect for Yamaha Techni Racing on the 1st row.
And on good form is Helmi Asman for Idemitsu FIM Honda Racing Team on row 2. Next to him, starting is Astra Honda's Reza Danica Aarons, quickest of those 3 Astra Honda machines. Outside of him, Kiatisat Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand.
Starting in P7, he needs a bit of a sporting miracle, Adelanto Putra, Astra Honda Racing, but this is racing, you never know. Yuta Date for Yamaha Racing Indonesia is stepping in, he's on P8, and Azri Hakim Anwar, the second of the Sepang Princes, is on P9 for Idemitsu Honda.
On row 4, it's led by another Astra Honda prodigy, Vida Ega Pratama. Next to him, McKinley Carl Paz, who's getting better and better. Apiwat's teammate for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia starts 12th.
And Tosak Nuance from Yamaha TMP PTT Lubricants on the Yamaha. He is alongside Sharjun Tong, and Tosak made a bit of an impression in the early stages yesterday before falling away.
He was running well, yeah. And so, good performance there from the, I believe he's the BRIC 600 champion. But they're conserving fuel. Come around towards the starting line. Reza Danica definitely looking for a good result.
The form of Apiwat Wangtananon after Mandalika, when he only picked up 9 points that weekend. Since then he's had a second, a first and a fifth. That's his championship form. Adelanto Putra, a couple of seconds and a fifth. Just hasn't been able to match, but he won in Mandalika. And at that stage, he will have really thought that the championship was potentially on. But we're at the home of Apiwat Wangtananon. He loves this arena, he loves this circuit.
He's recovered from the injury that hampered him in Mandalika. High front row.
12 laps of the track. Have a look for Apiwat. Number 24, left of your screen. Looks like he's got a flying start. Apiwat Wangtananon straight into the lead. Past Ratapong, past the Tanat, who was on pole. And Apiwat, if there was to be a problem, it would be a bad start. That is not a bad start.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad drone shot either. The field going up towards turn 2 and turn 3. But it was a brilliant start from Apiwat. Let's check in and see how Adelanto Putra is coming through from that row 3 start. There is a red and white machine riding rapidly around the outside of turn 3.
But it's not Adelanto Putra. Adelanto Putra has actually been dropped a little bit. He's dropped down from his P7. So Helmi Asman's got off to a very healthy start. Tanat is being dragged along. That's the second Yamaha Ratapong Willerot, who started well yesterday and then faded a little bit.
Yeah, Helmi looked good yesterday. If he puts Apiwat under a whole load of pressure, Apiwat could give way because of the championship situation.
Helmi, bike number 32. Had a couple of did not finishers. Yesterday he had a podium, but he's had 1 or 2 problems. Ooh.
Yeah, it's more aggression then from Reza Danica Arends, putting Ratapong Willerot behind him. Ratapong started from second. Ratapong's got fellow Thai Kiatisat Singapong just behind him, the number 85.
Apiwat Wangtananon will go through though in the lead. It is a very, very impressive way to make a statement. 11 laps to go, a long way to go. Over 50 kilometers. But that is the way to get off to the start that you need. As we look way, way down to Adelanto Putra. Where he is, he's down in P9 at the moment. He's 2 seconds in that first lap behind where he needs to be.
Got Yuta Date there, the number 64 to deal with. Before he comes up behind Helmi Asman, he's just got in front of Yuta. Placing Andy Fadley so far. A masterful start to the race from championship leader. Not so good from Adelanto Putra.
That is a very, very healthy lead as they go around turn 4. These front 3 are pulling away. Helmi Asman once again is very competitive on the Bunshu Honda. But it is Apiwat Wangtananon on the Yamaha leading the way. And Tanat, who has this time kept the pace, and Ratapong He's forced himself back into P4. He's got himself ahead of Reza Danica, and also Kiatisak is there as well. This is very much a tie story at the moment, Barry Russell.
Yeah,
Must
it
be
is.
feeling very at home.
It is, but well, we can call that a second group now. It's so competitive that is going to help Apiwat, and it's going to hinder Adananta. Adananta lunging up the inside as they come into turn 12 for the second time. He's desperate to get to the front of this group. He can see what's happening ahead of him.
But he's not making any headway, the bike number 21. He is a long way behind where he needs to be. The gap between them at the start of the... Well, it's 2 seconds. It's the same. He's lapping around about the same time at just about a 140. But Apiwat Wangtanan in complete control for now.
Lap 3, and Adananta's got his hands full with his teammate, Feder Egger. Reza Danica Orange remains the best of the trio from Astra Honda.
And he's in 6th. There's Adananta in 7th. Behind them, Azrai Hakim Anwar hasn't really been able to make an impression this weekend. Idemitsu Honda as while Wangtanan is pulling away at the front from the... And just behind him, he's got half a second or so.
Yeah, Tanat putting Helmi under a lot of pressure, and that's helping Apiwat at the front.
Do like that overhead shot. It shows you the difference, the lead that we have got for Apiwat Wangtanan. Tanat, he's part of the next generation, isn't he? And I've heard you speak glowingly about Tanat in the past.
Yeah, it's just a question. They put young riders into these big CC bikes early in their careers, but they know what they're doing. And Tanat and Kiatisak have been a real revelation this season for Honda Racing Thailand. Here they come through turn 12.
No space there for the man who needs the space. Adananta Putra is just being blocked off all ends. 85 Kiatisak has got ahead of Ratapong. Once again, it's a tie tail.
Yeah, Kiatisak has good pace. He's set the fastest lap so far with a 139.1. Fastest lap by some margin, about 0.4. So keep an eye on the number 85.
Hitting speeds of up to 262 kilometers per hour. That's the fastest speed set by McKinley Kalpaz, who's down in 11th place. But leading by quite some way. He's 0.2 of second clear of Tanat, 0.4 clear of Helmi, and a full second clear of Kiatisak. And he's a very neat and tidy rider, never looks flustered. Nice little line, it's his line to take coming into the double left-hander, 4 and 5. And then they go through the long right-handers.
Yeah, looking from the height that we are as they go around the back of the circuit. You can see that they've caught up with Apiwat at the front, so they stopped hindering each other perhaps.
Yeah, you're quite right, the second group led by Ratapong. There is Ratapong.
Kiatisak has caught up with that group at the front.
And it's a group of 4 and then a group of 5. Kiatisak, as you suggested, has got real pace. This won't really concern Apiwat Wangtanan. Of course, he'll want to win, but his main concern will be Adananta Putra, the bike number 21. And Adananta Putra, as we have a look at this, is down in P7. Still 2 seconds down, unable to make any headway on Apiwat. Ratapong leads that second group.
Yeah, exactly. It's the 31 currently that on track is the closest to Apiwat. And challenge of Adananta looks like...
Oh, that's better. Adananta slides through into P5. Now, maybe he was conserving something, but even with the victory, even if he is to get onto that group of 4 ahead of them and defeat Apiwat, it's got to be a 19-point differential.
He really had his hands full with him, and he's running with Azroy and Ratapong, riders that are so rapid and so difficult to pass. So the question is now, can he do what Kiatisak has just done? Break away and catch up with the front 4. It's a big gap as they go up to turn 8 at the top of the circuit.
Just beyond the 1/3 mark of this race. Adelanto Pucha at last beginning to make some kind of headway. In terms of timing, he's not making it. He made up 1/10 in the first sector. He was exactly the same split time as Apiwat for the second sector.
Yeah, it's like a second and a half, doesn't it, from Kiatisak back to Adelanto at the moment. We'll soon see whether that's correct.
Apiwat still leads on the Yamaha, this time from Helmi Azman and Tanat Liangpliao and Kiatisuk Singapong. Azroi Hakim has overtaken Adelanto. So the second of the Idemitsu Bunshu Hondas is...
Oh! And there was a big tumble there. Perhaps we can... Bike is that upside down Astra Honda. It's
54
Vega.
Gosh.
Well,
now that is in the gravel.
But happily, there's the rider. Being a bit dazed. Placer. But that's his race and his season over.
Vida Eger stepping up. Gosh, he really did tumble. Luckily, he was thrown well clear of the bike before it landed. Almost showroom style.
Just shows you the safety, thought that goes into safety these days in motorcycle racing. The bike still landed in the gravel, what looked like about 100 meters from the rider. Back at the front, it's still Apiwat. Now Helmi currently behind him. Tanat behind him. Kiatisak fourth in that group. Adelanto leading the second group. It was 1.2 seconds when they crossed the line the last time. And looking at lap times.
It's all very similar, isn't it? Now he's got the lead. Everyone is just lapping in the 139s, high 139s. Even Adelanto, 139.8 last time out. Apiwat, 139.9. He can lose a tenth of a second a lap. Just needs to stay on the black stuff.
Yeah, Helmi says stay there. Young'un to Tanat just behind him.
Adelanto Pucha has six laps to do something remarkable, something sensational.
Well, he improved by half a second. That gap has come down by half a second over the last lap. And we've got just under 6 remaining. So it's not done yet. Apiwat in a battle there, and he's getting shuffled back. Take a look there. They enter the straight. Helmi has got in front of him again. Looks like Tanat's going to go into turn 4 just ahead.
It really is very congested as they take that big left-hander. Apiwat, for once, just backed off just a little bit. And behind them, that little group are growing. Adelanto has pulled that little group then, right. It is not all plain sailing for Apiwat Wangtananon now.
Yeah, they're holding each other up with that battle. It's gotten too heated, and that's given Adelanto, who's now just a few tenths behind Kiatisak.
Still needs something sensational to happen to Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yeah, it's a sporting miracle.
Indeed.
It's something like that, but this group at the front is growing.
Right leg out. Apiwat Wangtananon eases into this famous turn 12. P3 he is at the end of this lap. And the difference between him and Adelanto Pucha this time is significantly less. It's less than a second, it's 7/10 of a second.
Yeah, and Adelanto right up there behind Kiatisak. So this is a fight for the lead of 5. Focus is the message that must be going on the lap board of Apiwat Wangtananon, I think.
In third at the moment. Helmi Azman still leading the way with Tanat. And Kiatisak is there, but right. So the Astra Honda has done well to pull in closer, and they're also pulling in Azroi Hakim Anwar as well. Not completely there yet. There is still a bit of space, but what was a leading group of 4 is now a leading group of 7. Make that 8. It includes McKinley Kyle Paz, who's got up to the back of that. Indication that McKinley Kyle Paz is able to show some real speed. A former underbone champion at the ARRC, the Filipino.
Yeah, he has got good pace. As he was saying on the grid, he needs to improve his starting pace.
Apiwat now under pressure from 85 and 21. 85 is Kiatisot Singapong on the Thai Honda bike. On the CBR 600, Helmi Asman leading the way from Tanat. Now Adananta. So for once there's a bit of pressure. Apiwat takes the inside line, pushes Tanat outside of him. That's good aggressive riding. 4 laps to go as they come over the line. There are 4 smiles in that Yamaha camp. Then Apiwat says, no, now is the time. That focus seems to have worked for him. That focus board says, okay, immediately goes from P3 to P1.
Yeah, Ashroy was quick that time around as well. Going to have an effect here as Adinanta Putra tries to ease his way into P4.
Apiwat's last lap at 1:39.9. Adinanta Putra was nearly 1/10 quicker. But this last lap, this lap coming up, is going to be very, very quick, I think, from Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yeah, perhaps he was having a little bit of a breather. He really wants to get the hammer down now. He doesn't want to celebrate the championship off the podium.
Adinanta Putra's got himself into P4. Helmi Asman, who was leading for 2 or 3 laps, has dropped down to P5.
Kiatisak is challenging Adinanta and moves ahead of him. Such an intriguing battle. Even though the championship, things stay as they are, is done. Apiwat needs to stay on board, needs to keep a cool head. We think he can do that.
Needs to stay on board. This time he is leading. This will be a much better lap from Apiwat Wangtananon. He was 3rd coming into this lap. He leads at the end of the lap. His championship to lose, a 1:39.6. Kiatisak almost matches him, but it's the fastest lap from Apiwat Wangtananon.
So tie 1-2-3 that time around. Adinanta hot on the heels in P4. Still hoping for that sporting miracle.
As we look at the respective pit crews, not many smiles, a lot of tension.
Yeah, they're not going to be moving much, are they? They're absolutely transfixed, as we are, by what's happening on screen. Tanat coming up behind Apiwat.
Look at, he's got into P3, has Adinanta. Slowly making a move, and he's just lost that place once again. He's back into it, so he's got Tanat ahead of him. He's got the 2 ties ahead of the Indonesian. They are in the train.
Kiatisak fighting. Only back to 5th currently. Had time to talk about the race rather than the championship. I'd have tipped Helmi for the win, just to be self-critical in hindsight. Adinanta, it's all or nothing.
Well, he's closing in. It's been an impressive comeback from Adinanta Putra. Once they come round this sharp right-hand corner, it'll be 2 laps to go. Adinanta Putra right on the tail of Tanat in P3 at the moment. But it is Apiwat who leads, as he has in all but one of the laps so far, as he did right the way through in yesterday's race. Tanat long way out.
And down goes Adinanta Putra. It's done. The championship is with Apiwat Wangtananon. That's it. You could see the resignation on the face of the Astra Honda team boss. Now, head in hands. It's been a phenomenal season for Adinanta Putra. He's in despair at the moment, but under so much pressure. Now, Tanat Longpleo needs to keep his head because he's pushing really hard behind Apiwat. Oh, the hopes and the bike slide away from Adinanta Putra. Slightly grim faces there. So they really should be proud of what their rider has achieved this season. But back with Apiwat at the front. Is it going to be a perfect end to his season? He started with a double win. He's got Tanat behind him. He's got Kiatisak behind him. still barely daring to breathe or blink in the Yamaha Technique Team Asia.
Big moment, but it means all the pressure's off Apiwat Wangtanam. He can afford to slide out now, but he's not going to slide out. He's going to take turn 12 for the penultimate time, and once again he's going to be leading over the line. It's just a case of whether he can pick up his 4th win in Buriram this season. Back-to-back wins in the opening round. He's looking for back-to-back wins now. Massive lead in the championship with Adananta Putra out.
He will have just seen on his pit board the news that Adananta is out. I'm sure it said 21 out. And here coming up to turn 3, he's sandwiched between 2 Thai Hondas. Is he just thinking about the message that he just saw, or is he going to fight back? He's going to fight back as Kiatisak ran wide.
Cut inside, so Apiwat for once is behind Tanat. Tanat was fastest in qualification. He's had a terrific weekend, but there he is Apiwat Wangtanam. He has got some spirit as this boy. Got a great bike as well, but he also hates being led. Round turn 4.
Yeah, he does have seniority here. He's been in the ARRC for many years.
All and smiles Tanat in the Yamaha blue.
Yeah. So will the Thai Honda riders show him due respect? Probably not.
Absolutely not. Would you?
No.
There is Apiwat Wangtanam. Similarly, Apiwat would not show the same respect to them. He is wanting to lead this one in towards the final straight. The little kink in the long straight before the final turn 12. Tanat will try to give it his all. Tanat looks on the inside, looks for a better line, but Apiwat reads this perfectly, takes the apex superbly. Apiwat Wangtanam will celebrate the win and the championship with a wheelie. Tanat Longpiao, Kiatisuk and Helmi Azman with McKinley Kyle Paz in P5. But there is your champion, a deserved winner, Apiwat Wangtanam.
The start line graphic came up as Apiwat Wangtanam crossed the line. Congratulations from his compatriot Ratapong Willarot. Ratapong crossed the line 7th, but that is a very, very well-deserved championship for Apiwat Wangtanam. He played the team game, came in as a wild card 12 months ago to help Soichiro Minamoto to the championship, and now let's see what that means to Apiwat. We can see what it means to the team, and it also will mean a lot to Tanat Longplio, who has ended the season with his first podium, converting all that promise that we've seen from him during the entire season. And Kiatisak Singapong picks up his 3rd podium in his rookie season. Brilliantly done. It was a good race from Helmi Azman, but couldn't quite get on terms with the riders in front of him in the end. He finished a couple of tenths down from Kiatisak in 4th. McKinley Kyle Paz, another solid ride from him, showing good pace, as you said, Des. And Azroy Hakim Anwar was a scalp taken there by McKinley Kyle Paz. Azroy down in 6th. We don't often say that. Then I was saying Ratapong was finishing 7th. That's the end of his wildcard weekend. The results are coming up now.
Confirmation, Apiwat Wangtanam. It's tight at the end. It's only a 10th clear of Tanat Longplio, but it was convincing. Whenever a question was asked, Apiwat Wangtanam had the answer. Tanat, a very good performance from him, as you say. First podium of the season, fully deserved for the Honda Racing Thailand team. And Kiatisak Singapong makes it a very good weekend for that team and for Thailand with P3. Helmi Azman, that would be just, no, not quite enough to get him ahead of Azroy Hakim Anwar in the overall championship standings. McKinley Kyle Paz continues his improvement, 7/10 off the pace for Yamaha Technique Racing Asia. They'll be pleased with that. McKinley has finished the season well. Azroy Hakim Anwar, that 6th place is just enough for him to have P3 in the overall championship standings. Ratapong Willarot, welcome back to the Yamaha Thailand Racing Team rider. And Reza Danica Arons, 8th place for the Astra Honda Racing Team man, 7.7 seconds down. Yutadate in P9, Wayu Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Tosak, good to have him as a wild card, the BRIC champion, BRIC champion. for Yamaha PTT Lubricants, 14.5 seconds down. Cha Juntong, again, good for him to get this experience for Victor Racing Team. Adanandra Putra slid out with 2 laps to go. Veda Ega Pratama went out with 7 laps to go. That is not a good day in the 600cc office for Astra Honda Racing.
No, they've taken 1 championship out of 2 possibles. But there, with his championship t-shirt duly on, is Apiwat Wongthananon. He loves to win. He's done a lot of it this season. He did mess up. He did mess up the burnout. So he is fallible.
But if you're going to be fallible, do it once you've won the championship. That's the best time. That's right in front of the grandstand. Now he's going to have to go the long way round, just turned 4.
Yeah, always passionate support from the Thai fans for their riders.
Congratulations to Apiwat. 4 races here in Buriram, 4 victories. You add the 2 races he had as a wild card last season, 6 races, 5 of them wins, the other one P2. That number 24 and the main grandstand here at Buriram, they belong together.
And in the end, a big margin at the top of the championship for the rider on your screen. Gold lettering already on his pit board. 24 Supersport 600 champion Apiwat Wongthananon. We've seen him in AP250s, we've seen him in Superbikes, and we've seen him this season, Supersport 600, and he could not have done any better. Came back from injury mid-season and showed us what he was made of. I think yesterday was really decisive because he really had to fight harder than he did today, Des.
Yamaha Techni team will be happy as well with McKinley Kalpaz. He's ended the season just with 1 podium, but he's had 6th, 4th, 5th, 5th in his last 4 races. So as a team, Apiwat's teammate showing good style. We're going to get another burnout. Oh, we're going to get a big hug and a kiss. There is your champion. There is your race winner. And there is your champion.
Yeah, he's going to pollute Parc Fermé. Well done. That's probably going to waft up here any minute as well.
But again, it is. Well done. It's a long season. We started, well, there was the testing in March, and then the racing itself started in March, so it's a long time. It's a lot of pent-up energy. As you say, injuries. The one in Mandalika, when he struggled, had a DNF in the 2nd race, and only 9 points in the 1st. He will have worried them, but other than that, he has been the outstanding competitor.
Well, he rode like a champion. He picked up 9 points. He was in real pain with that left wrist. I remember seeing him on the plane after Mandalika, and he was in agony. His wrist was so swollen. With no idea how he managed to ride a Supersport machine in that condition. Big hug from one of his biggest fans. On display for social media, as ever. ARRC team doing brilliant work on that front, keeping the news flowing and flowing. On his knees. That's what it means. And a big roar from the circuit commentator. Daniel's got another major task on his hands there to get Apiwat in position.
Waiting patiently. The bikes are all in position. Our man is in position. And now, eventually, after a long time, after a long glory, final lap, we can send us down to Daniel Bogas for an interview with the champion.
Apiwat, after 6 runs and 11 races at your hometown in Thailand, you are now the champion of the Supersport 600. Apiwat, can you tell us about the season, because it wasn't an easy one with the injury and everything, but ultimately a victory and a championship. Tell us about it.
Now it's no what to say. Thank everything is to give me in this year. The team, the family, sponsor is the support, and yeah, together is also to push more for the power more for me. Yeah, and finally I get it, the champion, and 2 champion in the ARC. It's incredible for me, but it's fantastic. Thank you for team, thank you for family, and all support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Apiwat. Big congratulations once again to you.
The crowning for Apiwat Wongtananon in the Supersport 600cc. Bike number 24 on the Yamaha, starts in 3rd place from qualification, was in the lead from the very, very first corner. And at one stage, it looked to be dragging a group of 2 or 3 riders with him. Quite considerable lead. Helmi Asman is in there and Tanat is in there. But it wouldn't prove to be so easy. He'd take the win eventually, Barry Russell, but he had to work hard to do so.
Yeah, that group at the front did look like they were moving away. Ratapong was leading the second group, but when he moved aside, they would start to catch him up. And here you can see it was Yatasak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand that made up the gap. Adananta did what he needed to do. He got to the front of that group so that he could attack and give himself that sporting chance to take the championship.
Yeah, the number 21, Adananta Putra, was the only one with an outside chance of taking the title. He had to work really hard. He started slowly, but as you can see, he just eased his way back in. We're a midway point of the race now, and then a gap of, there had been a gap of up to 2 seconds, was down to 1/10 of a second, and number 21 was right in the mix. It was still Apiwat's to lose. He could afford to let Adananta go past him, but this is Apiwat. He doesn't want to do that, and instead of Apiwat making a mistake, it will be Adananta Putra who succumbed to the pressure.
He took a little break from the front mid-race and then came back really strongly. He had 2 ties with him from the other side. Oh, and there goes Adananta. So despair for the Indonesian after a brilliant season overall.
And then there was another question. Would Apiwat just relax a little bit? No, not a chance. Tanat and Kyatasuk did their very best, but this was Yamaha. In many ways, this was the Yamaha saying to the Hondas, this is my circuit. 4 wins out of 4 at this same venue in 1 season. That is fantastic work by our champion, Apiwat Wongtananon. A season in which he's overcome broken bones, he's overcome adversity, and he is the champion.
We always know how tough Apiwat is. Fierce competitor, tough physically, and he's converted it all. He just reminded us that it's his 2nd ARRC championship, having been a 250 champion some years ago. Comes Kiatisak onto the podium for the 3rd time in 2024.
In 2nd place from Honda Racing Thailand, Tanat Longpleo.
And for the first time, here comes Tanat Longpleo from pole position to finish 2nd.
And your race winner from Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia, Apiwat Wongtananon.
He's enjoying this.
Yeah, he's absolutely jubilant. Points to the Thai flag, kisses the Thai flag on the side of his helmet.
And the team award will go to Yamaha Technic. And for the first time today, the national anthem of Thailand. national anthem, playing Chattai. A lot of applause. Congratulations. And the Tongtai Wongsawan from FIA Asia. Well, the Thai representative for FIM Asia will be very happy to hand out the awards to 3 Thais. Kyatisuk does look a good rider. We've been saying this right the way through the season. Him and Tanat, we've been wondering when they'd come good. They've nearly come good today. But they are still only apprentices
And your race winner
to the work of Apiwat Wongthananon.
Apiwat Wongthananon.
Big hug for him from Tongchai.
Yeah, Tongchai's known him since he was
And
a
now to
wee
present
lad.
the team award, we would like to invite Mr. Chochanok Chitchok, International Event Manager of Chang International Circuit, to the podium.
And another Thai, the Chochanok Chitchob, International Event Manager at Chang
And the best
International
team for the
Circuit.
Supersport 600 race to Yamaha.
It's all Thai, they're
Technique
excluding the
Racing
rest
Team
of Asia in this particular party. That goes over to the Yamaha Technique Racing Team.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan and Mr. Chochanok Chitchok to take a photo with our race winners.
Astro Honda Asia team can only look on and wonder and
Ladies
prepare.
and gentlemen, give another big
Next
round
year's
of
another year.
applause for Supersport 600 race winners.
To get this kind of competitiveness is exactly what the ARRC is all about.
And a big thank you once again to
Yep.
Mr. Tongchai
Hopefully we're
Wongsawan
going to see
and Mr.
Adananta back
Chochanok
and
Chitchok for
fighting in
presenting
this
the awards to
championship.
our winners.
Took the fight magnificently to Apiwat this year.
Have a look at the overall championship standings, and it's a 44-point deficit. Again, it seems an awful lot more relaxing than it was. But Apiwat Wongthananon picks this trophy up in some style from Adananta Putra, Azroy Hakim Amwa, and then Helmi Asman in that battle. Just 3 points between the two of them. Idemitsu Honda. Kyatisuk coming in P5 with 125 points. Maida Aga will grow into the 600s. He's in P6. McKinley Kalpaz ends on 95 points. Tanat Longplao ends up very, very strongly. And this is your champion, Apiwat Wongthananon.
A future champion just behind him.
They had that one prepared as well. And the gold
Ladies
letters.
and gentlemen, we will now start the
Came out very quickly.
championship trophy prize giving ceremony. Your 2024 Supersport 600 champion from Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia from Thailand, Apiwat Wongthananon.
We knew this before, but we've got to celebrate. We're doing some weights for this exact moment.
Yeah.
The awards to be handed out once again by Chochanok Chitchok, the International Event Manager at Chang International Circuit.
Event Director of Chang International Circuit. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 Supersport 600 champion, Apiwat Wongthananon. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Chochanok Chitchok to take a photo with Apiwat.
Many congratulations. Words at the end. We've said it all. He started off so well. But it's overcome, the impressive thing, it's the overcoming
Big
the
thank you once
injury
again to Mr. Chochanok Chitchok for
and
presenting the awards to our
being
winner.
impacted by the injury, just getting the
And once
fitness
again,
back and
ladies and
getting back on the
gentlemen,
bike and back to winning.
2024
That's what it takes to win
champion,
championships.
Apiwat Wongthananon.
Another magnificent trophy to add to a very large collection.
So we approach the finale of the season. We've got one more trophy to be sorted, and it's going to be very, very competitive as well. And it's the big boys, it's the superbikes. There are 4 in with a mathematical chance of taking the title, 2 with a realistic chance of taking the title in the Superbikes 1000cc. And we will find out whether it's Andy Farid Izdar, Yuki Kuni, Hafiz Sharin or Chip Nakarin after the break. Don't go too far away. This is the Asia Road Racing Championship 2024 from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
A very warm welcome back to Buriram. It's the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from the Chang International Circuit. And Chip Nakarin, bike number 41, is one of the contenders, an outside contender, a rank outside contender, who might be able to take the title for the ASB Superbikes Championship. It would need an awful lot of mathematics to go his way. But it just tells you how competitive this season has been. The big boys, it's the 50th race that we have had since it was introduced to the Asian Road Racing Championships in 2022, or 2019, sorry. And, well, we've had a different winner each time. Let's have a look, though, at yesterday, when Andy Farid Izdar really put himself in the box position to become the latest 1000cc champion. Andy Farid Izdar, he was on pole position, bike number 23, and it's such a competitive field, it's very difficult to get away, but that's exactly what he was able to do. It's a very big field. We were looking at Hafiz Sharin to see if the Ducati have been able to repair the bike after a tumble they'd taken in practice. They have problems. Aslan Shah Kamuzarman on the BMW, he wasn't able to get the full power going as well. Chip Nakarin was at one stage one of the main men going in, but Andy Farid Izdar, Harry Russell, was in supreme form.
Yeah, he took the lead very early, if not from the first corner. He led virtually from the start. Chip Nakarin initially went with him, and Zakwan Zaidi. It was a brilliant team performance by Honda Asian Dream Racing with Astimo. All 3 riders acquitting themselves really well, and it looked as though they were going to lock out the podium at one stage. It was a bad start for Yuki Kuni, who went in as the championship leader by 2 points, and there was Aslan Shah sliding out after a slight error. Turn 1.
Yuki Kuni would improve. He'd get on the tail end of Chip Nakarin, would Yuki? And Yuki would eventually get himself into a podium position. Chip Nakarin had started well, would eventually drop that back. But up the front, Andy Farid, with Zakwan Zadi also impressing mightily in P2. Andy Farid is the heart on the Honda Asia Dream racing with Astemo. They didn't get a 1-2-3, but they got a 1-2. And that means that they are imperfect. Yuki Kuni kept himself in championship reckoning. But Andy Farid's performance means that he has a 7-point lead ahead of Yuki Kuni, 17 points ahead of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati. And this is the man, number 23. Polite handshakes, but this is the man whose title it is to lose.
It is, absolutely. Brilliant ride there from Andy Farid. Manages his pace so well. The only rider that comes close to him, in my opinion, in this field in terms of managing the whole race is Yuki Kuni.
Now, Yuki Kuni needs to win and Andy Farid to come third if there is to be a Japanese winner of the ARRC in 2024. We have a look at the grid. There's 15 on the starting line and some high-profile riders amongst them, including Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, but the Ducatis really struggled. You can see the JDT team. And yes, he's got a mathematical chance, but it really is an outside chance of a debut season win for JDT.
Yep, it is. He fought hard, but didn't have the best run of luck. On the long straights there, you're going to see speeds hit of around about 300 kilometers an hour by these super bikes. You're going to see hard braking. The hard braking specialists there do include Andy Farid. They include the wild card, sorry, replacement rider Tetsuda Nagashima. So we're going to go to Daniel, who is somewhere on the grid.
And then there was one left, the final race for the final round of the season. The pressure is building and anything can happen. Let's have a chat with some of the riders. But right now, let me just give you a quick weather update. The wind coming from the straight, it's quite strong, so that can affect the temperatures again. I'm going to try to have a word with Dunlop and see what the temperatures are looking like. And I'm just going to have to squeeze through the sea of people as Honda takes their official photos. And we're going to grab a quick word with Nakarin, who still has a mathematical chance for the championship. But then again, it is quite slim. So let's just try and disturb them real quick as everyone starts to leave. Let's try grab a word with Nakarin. So, Nakarin, right now the gap is quite large, but the thing is, in racing, anything can happen. Tell us what you think about this race coming.
Yeah, yes, the little bit mistake, the front grip, temperature too high, I cannot control myself. So today is more difficult for me. But anyway, I try. Andy and Yuki is very close and they are fighting. I just focus on my riding.
Thank you so much, very well said. Good luck with this one, Nakarin. Thank you. And now I'm going to go next to Nakarin and bring you guys to talk with who was the championship leader for quite a while until yesterday, Yuki. So Yuki, right now, it's a small gap from you to Andy. Yeah. This time round, all we know is that you can have a really good race pace, but you need a good start. What are you going to do differently this time?
Yeah, well, yesterday I was a little bit mistake in the beginning. But anyway, I had a good pace and a good feeling yesterday. So I doing like same things. I just focus myself. You know, just try to no mistake in the beginning. And after that, I think, you know, I have pace. So I will do my best. But because this is my last race in ARRC, so I will enjoy. And yeah, let's enjoy the last race.
Thank you so much, Yuki. We'll enjoy watching you race. Good luck for this one. And now I'm going to head down one row and bring you guys to talk with the podium finisher from yesterday. But he had a bit of a crash as well this morning. So Zakwan's just having a moment for himself. We're not going to disturb him yet. Just let him have his moment. And now we're going to come in. So Zakwan, yesterday was a good finish for you. It's a comeback to the podium. But this morning, a bit of a crash. So can you tell us how's the bike and are you okay?
Yeah, on the warm-up we try something different, but we realized today is more windy, so I didn't expect I crash in the warm-up. So yeah, today is much different than yesterday for sure. Everybody want to push, So my aim today is try to be on the top, for sure on the podium, and yeah, I will try my best for this year, and hopefully in the future I have more better.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Can't wait to see it. Good luck for this race. And now we're gonna head down a couple of rows and have a chat with the sole Ducati rider on the grid, none other than Hafiz Sharin from JDT Racing Team. And now I'm just gonna have to squeeze through the media as well and just try and get a slot here as Mr. Alex from Honda Thailand comes to greet Hafiz. So, Hafiz, yesterday was a difficult one, but today we start fresh. What is it looking like for you today? What's the plan?
Yesterday was a good race, even tough, but we know that we lack of something on our package. But today is different day. We will see what happened in the race 2. Sure, it's a big group because everyone is trying to be the best for today, the last day of the championship, and I try to finish in the strong position. And yeah, we will see. Anything can happen in the race, but we win or lose, we are together with the team. So this is what we call family. So let's see what we can do. And I try my best and I give everything for the last round.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for the race. And back to you, Desmond.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, the scenario is that Hafiz Sharin Abdullah does have a remote chance of taking the title. It would need Yuki and Andy Farid both to have disappointing races, but you look around at the quality. Chip Nakarin, Aslan Shah, Soichiro Minamoto, Zakwan Zaidi, Sho Nishimura, even down to the wild cards of Nagashima. There is the possibility that if Andy Farid is not completely on his game, he could finish down the rankings.
Yeah, we haven't seen many mistakes from Andy Farid Izdihar since he went up to Superbikes, but if Yuki Kuni gets a good start this time and puts him under pressure, I think that's the key. Nakarin said he needs to keep himself composed later in the race, doesn't get too much out of control. He always takes the blame on himself, bless him. Yuki Kuni.
Yuki Kuni must finish 2 places ahead of Andy Farid Izdihar to take the title. If Yuki wins and Andy finishes 3rd, then Yuki would take the title. 2nd and 4th, similar. So Yuki has got to win or certainly come into the top 2. Let's just break away. I believe Daniel is down on the grid and we're going to get some tyre information where he's talking to Sal from Dunlop.
I'm with Sal Khan from the Dunlop, and Sal, the stage is set for this final race, but the weather's quite different. It's more windy, it's quite cloudy. What are the temperatures looking like, and what are your expectations?
Yeah, we've seen a slight drop in the track temperature. We're about 37, 38 at the moment, and also this wind has picked up. But generally, track conditions are really good. In fact, I expect no different results to yesterday, some good fighting and good racing.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Desmond.
Just mentioning the tyres, Nagashima had a hard compound on his front tyre. I heard him in an interview before apologising to his crew to say, listen, that was my choice, it was a mistake. So he's going to be back onto a normal compound for his front tyre. Might that mean that Nagashima comes back into the reckoning?
It could well do, yeah. He was threatening all the way through. He starts 4th on the grid. We know his quality, so that's another spoiler, potential spoiler. Get those tyres confirmed very shortly.
There's the championship standings. It's a 7-point differential between Andy Farid Izdihar from Indonesia and Yuki Kuni. Hafiz Sharin on 17 points adrift. Chip Nakarin, again, theoretically, he still can do it. Very unlikely. Aslan Shah Kamrazaman cannot, but he's good enough to get up into the podium places, as is Minamoto, as is Zakwan, as is Sho Nishimura. So I don't think this is a done and dusted thing. It all depends, I feel, on the first couple of laps here and whether or not Andy Farid is as well tuned into proceedings as he was yesterday.
And right on cue, here come the tyre confirmations.
And everybody with the same choice, Barry.
That's it. So, yeah, and as we heard, the track conditions windy. It's windy out there. Track conditions pretty much perfect. 38 degrees surface temperature, we've had it confirmed, but everybody on mediums.
There's the Yuki Kuni supporters. SDG Hard Pro, it's been great to have them on the ARRC. Japanese influence on ARRC has been there ever since the early years when the ARRC started in 1996. Delighted to see it's still prevalent and could be champions of the big boys of these superbikes. It's a 15 bike grid. Defending champion Markus Reiterberger did race, but only intermittently this season, so there will be a new champion.
A bit of confirmation of the grid as they set off on the warm-up lap under those slightly cloudier skies.
Andy Farid is the heart, the Asia Dream racing with Estemo on pole position and the championship leader. Chip Nakarin for Honda Asia Dream with Estemo alongside him, and Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hard Pro. Well, he's second in the championship with a chance of taking it.
And one of the spoilers, the joker in the pack perhaps, Tetsuto Nagashima, Astemo S1 Racing. Next to him, Sho Nishimura and Zakwan Zaidi, who finished second yesterday, starts sixth.
Okay, Minamoto won the 600s last year alongside Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. And Lachlan Epis, welcome back to the Aviation Sports Group, BMW.
Starting 10th is Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Technique Team Asia, and Hafiz Shirin starts 11th next to him outside, Natatan Tongkawat.
And the Yemeni operating out of Malaysia, Osama Mare from Victor Racing Team in P13. Chang Chi-ying this time, I'm glad to see Chang has got himself onto the starting grid, the A-Racer Speed Tech man, and the Kito Haga for the Savitar ESG Team Asia. Bike number 98, he's on the third grid. That last group will have a mini race of their own. The real superstars are on the first 3-4 rows of the grid, and including in that Asma Daniel, who was so impressive last year, and Hafiz Sharim. If they get the Ducati right, if they've been to sort it out, then he might become a contender, at least for a podium here today.
Yep, what is going through the mind of number 23, Andy Farid Izdihar?
Probably positive things, because the positive racer.
He definitely is, yeah. As I said earlier, we haven't seen him crack under pressure since he moved up to superbikes. A little bit error prone when he was in 600s. Nakarin, teammate, joins him in the middle of the front row. Yuki Kuni outside. Everybody's set.
13 laps of the circuit. Andy Farid, bike number 23 in pole position. Gets off to a decent start. Behind him, Chip Nakarin. Yuki Kuni is off to a flyer. Yuki Kuni takes the first corner, then goes a little bit wide and is pushed outside. Chip Nakarin bobbing up and down, but Andy Farid recovers from a tentative start to have the lead.
That was a furious start. You could see the tension in the riders as they went into turn one. Hopefully they're taking a few deep breaths now. Tetsudo Nagashima goes up inside. Yuki Kuni going to second as they exit turn three. It was a better start this time for the Japanese challenger, Yuki Kuni.
The BMW of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman tries to bully his way down through on the inside. As they come into this left-hander, oh gosh, that's Andy Farid. Had to stand himself up just a little bit. It looked like a mistake, but he's corrected it quickly.
Yeah, he was stood up there by Tetsuta. But this is a much better start. It was tense at the very outset. They got through the first corner, things calmed down a bit. That's Tetsuta going very wide there on the exit to turn 8.
That's not quite the route. And it allows just a little bit of a breathing space for Andy Farid Izdihar. Working very hard in this first lap. Chip Nakarin is there. Right behind them, Sho Nishimura has made a good start. Kuni, right leg out, tries to take the inside line around this first corner. But one lap of 13 is done, and so far so good for Andy Gilang of Indonesia.
Well, as you said, Des, Yuki Kuni needs to finish 2.2 places or more in front of Yuki Kuni.
This is the start. Look at this, Yuki Kuni made a great start. Couldn't quite hold it. Sweeping inside of him. Oh, that's brilliant. Chip Nakarin bobbing up and down.
Yeah, you know, he's always going to give 100%. Chip Nakarin. Settle down a little bit then. Those were some tense moments, but Andy Farid is out the front. Teammate Nakarin just behind him. Yuki Kuni hanging in there with them. And another brilliant young Japanese rider, Sho Nishimura, currently in P4. Zakwan, who made a welcome return to glory yesterday, down in 5th. Aslan in 6th. All those tightly together.
Yuki Kuni looks on the inside, overcooks a little bit, and Chip Nakarin once again is able to get Ben. You're quite right about Sho Nishimura. We've not seen a vast amount from Nishimura this season on the BMW, but TKKR BMW racing team. No podiums for Nishimura. Been close on a couple of occasions, a P5 and a P6.
Andy Farid doing what he needs to do. Yuki Kuni is going to try and spoil the party for him. He can't do it this time. He's got to watch his back as well as watch the front. It's really tight as they come across the line. Second time.
Less than a second between 1 and 6. Less than a second and a half between 1 and 8. Kazma Daniel just being dropped, as is Lachlan Epis, as is Nagashima. That mistake didn't help Nagashima. Kito Haga, Natetan, Osama and Chiyeng are dropped a little bit. As I said, they've got their own race. Our battle at the front, though, so far so good for Andy Farid. We're going to count the laps down. Andy Farid is going to be keeping a checklist.
Yeah, 6 at the front. Hafiz Shirin holding on in 7th, just behind them.
That one makes a move as well. Bike number 21, who did so well yesterday. They really do seem to have the setup absolutely perfectly, the Honda Asia Dream with the Stamo team. And that is one of the problems for Yuki Kuni. It's a huge problem for Hafiz. Hafiz Sharon's got himself up into P7 on the Ducati.
Yeah, Yuki just got himself into 2nd. Can he hold it from Nakarin? Yes, he can. Such a tight group. Aslan Shah threatening as well. Is really pushing to stay in touch. He hasn't had the pace so far this weekend. Kuni now all over the back of Andy Farid's bike, and he's going to go for it this time as they come into turn 12.
Leaves the braking late. Is he able to hold it on? He's got the lead temporarily. They are side by side, but once again Andy Farid is able to hold on against Yuki Kuni, but Yuki knows that that's what he's got to do. Chip Nakarin is there. Zakwan Zadi is there. Now the two team orders come into play. We've seen this before in the past. Do the Astemo racers help their man?
Well, I think they will if they can. Yuki Kuni is summering his inner Haruki Noguchi here. You saw him pointing to the sticker on his helmet at the start.
Posthumous tribute it would be. They're so low to the ground. This is where they're coming out of turn 12. A little bit of near contact there. Working desperately hard to cap that front wheel on the floor. Oh, great stuff.
Yuki getting a bit of daylight between himself. You can see it on track there as they go into turn 7. Midway round the lap. As can Yuki Kuni, I said, he's very good at keeping the pace. We saw incredible pace from him, incredible consistency from him at Sepang in round 5 just a few months ago.
The scenario, if Yuki Kuni wins, Andy Farid must come 2nd. Anything worse won't be enough. And look at that, Chip Nakarin looks on the inside of Andy Farid, doesn't get him. Whoa, and then Aslan Shah not far away. Hafiz Sharon on the Ducati is putting some decent laps together as well. Hafiz a 1:35.8. It's just about the same pace of the front. Nagashima's just put together a 1:35.3. There's a long way to go in this race and a long way to go in this championship, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and Sho Nishimura's had a problem. He's way down.
is indeed. He was fast. Soichiro Minamoto has been fast.
Yeah, true
And they
cheek there.
hold on.
Mr. Suzuki adjusting his glasses. Yuki Kuni streaks away. There's two matters of concern for Yuki Kuni if you're looking at it from his angle. One is the late pace in the race of Andy Farid Izdihar, and the other is that the riders in second, third and fourth are all teammates.
Where the BMW of Aslan Shah and maybe the Ducati of Hafiz Sharin could come in as real spoilers. They got 3 in the front 4, but not the man in the lead. But if it finishes like this, then man is champion. If.
And it is that thing. Teammates there are together. Can Aslan Shah make a difference? I'm sure he's going to want to. The last race of the season. He's decided to continue his racing career, which is great news for this championship. Great news for motorcycle racing.
He's not far off the pace. Tetsuya Nagashima is back into the mix as well. There is Aslan Shah, a former winner, in fact the inaugural winner of this championship. There he is in P5. Yuki Kuni goes through 6/10 of a lead ahead of Andy Farid. Chip Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi, well, they're the same team, but they're different nationalities, but none of them are Japanese.
Yes.
How does it work?
I don't know. We just saw Makoto Tamada looking on inscrutably from the Honda Asia Dream Racing pit. So no clues there. In comes Lachlan. It's an unfortunate end to the season for Lachlan Epis. Gets off his bike and walks straight in, so that bike is done.
Well, Hafiz, he's under pressure now from Tetsuya Nagashima. Oh, they are touching, and Nagashima just has the ability to cut inside. Hafiz Sharin got himself up from P11 into P5, but Ducati again is just lacking the edge. What's he? He's lapping at 1:36, which is probably 3 or 4 tenths slower than he needs to. Hafiz Sharin. Right behind him, he's got Nishimura, who's recovered after what seemed to be a mistake.
He was a long way back a couple of laps ago. Now he's caught back up.
Well, Yuki Kuni is hoping that Aslan Shah Kamruzaman can produce another bit of Aslan magic. And Aslan's capable, and he's not being dropped by the 3 Hondas.
No, he won race 1 here back in March, Aslan Shah, and now he wants to have a word with Zakwan Zaidi, who's currently in 4th. Tetsuya, in turn, wants to have a word with Aslan Shah.
That race that Aslan Shah was one of the thrills of this season. It was a fabulous victory, and he's not giving up at least a podium here. 7 laps to go. We're just around about the halfway stage, just approaching halfway. Yuki Kuni, all Yuki can do is win the race. Everything else, he's reliant upon others. He's reliant upon the engineers. He's reliant upon the competitiveness of his rivals.
Looks like he's got a 0.3 of a second a lap advantage over Andy Farid. But we're not quite at half race distance. This is the thing.
Andy Farid has that ability just to reel you in.
Yeah, everybody knows it in this paddock.
And he's got the protection if Aslan Shah was to make a charge. Andy has got the protection of Chip Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi, his teammates, just to maybe block off. Now look at that. Nagashima is making a charge.
Yeah, he was very aggressive in that overtake of Hafiz Sharin. So he really wants to end his weekend as a replacement rider rather, in style. Yuki Kuni was 1 second ahead when they crossed the line the last time. It looks like he's maintaining his pace.
Looks like he's actually been able to increase it. A 1.3 second lead. So then, the intrigue comes from the men behind the 3 Honda Asia Dream with the Stamo racers. Can Nakarin and Zakwan protect Andy Farid's second place?
Well, given the late race pace of Andy Farid, can they keep up with him?
I'll tell you what, Tetsuya Nagashima He made a mistake, he dropped off, but he's looking pretty good, Nagashima. 1:35.3. That was the fastest lap of all the crop last time out. So he's going quickly. Ooh, Chip Nakarin. You get back behind me. Team orders. We think. We suspect. We don't know.
Yeah, Nakarin wants glory. Zakwan's only had 2 podiums this season. He's going to want to keep the attention on him.
And we saw the emotion from Zakwan yesterday as well with that podium.
Yeah, exactly. So we can only speculate, and we probably shouldn't. But Nagashima now dishing out some treatment to Zakwan Zaidi. He moves into P4.
Ooh, there's the spoiler. There's the spoiler. If Nagashima can get through into P2, ahead, and Nagashima's looking on the inside. Nagashima's got himself up into P3. Nagashima is the threat. There is the Japanese ally. They are looking. Nagashima and Yuki Kuni. Can they work the magic? Can they produce the title? Oh, we've got 5 laps to go. The intrigue is fantastic.
Tamada-san couldn't conceal a smile. He's a good friend of Nagashima. And despite being the team boss, he smiled as Tetsuta went through. But, ooh, and all out of shape there was Andy Farid. Let's see how this shakes out as they come onto the straight.
Andy Farid, he's okay. Nagashima in pursuit. Aslan's got himself ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. So now it's not the protection, it's not the field of protection behind Andy Farid. That has been broken. 4 laps to go. The move, Nagashima's got into P2. Nagashima into P2, and that changes everything in the overall championship.
Now we have Japanese riders 1 and 2, so if you are up for a conspiracy theory, there it is. Nagashima's got nothing to lose. He's here to have a good time. He's having a good time right now. He's got Andy Farid Izdihar, the championship leader, right behind him.
But he's going away from Andy Farid. That's the concern for the Indonesian. Andy Farid's famed pace over the latter stages of races. This has now got to come good. Andy Farid, he hasn't got a team to support him now. It's all for Andy. He slid a little bit, but he's in P3. This is building up to a fantastic conclusion. Oh, in the pits, they can't believe it. SDG Hark Pro, they are just saying, Yuki, you've got to win. Nagashima, hold on there. Andy Farid, well, we've seen him have fabulous finishes. He needs another one, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he does. And Nagashima is a Dunlop test rider, so he knows a thing or two about Dunlop tyres. Wow, this is so finely poised.
Remember, Nagashima dropped down to P8 at one stage. He made a mistake, so his lap times are quicker. 1:35.6. He is, gosh, he was a full 1.2 seconds quicker than Andy Farid on their last lap.
Let's see what Andy's got left. 3 laps after this one.
They head up into the country. They've got these 2 right-handers. Yuki Kuni, again, all Yuki can do is look after P1. Nagashima, he's taken a second, half a second at least, off Andy Farid, and Aslan Shah's still not out of the equation.
Nagashima, you can see the gap as we look from our vantage point here at the top of the grandstand. Nagashima is away from Andy Farid. Yuki Kuni, he's closing the gap on Yuki Kuni too.
Now then, does Nagashima want to take Yuki Kuni?
Well, who knows what's in the mind of Tetsuta Nagashima.
Yuki Kuni leads by 1.2 seconds from Nagashima, who is 1 second clear of Andy Farid. Zakwan is close. Aslan Shah is close.
Sorry, Des. Nagashima took 0.7 of a second out of Yuki Kuni's lead. That time around, we've got 3 laps remaining. This is wide open.
This certainly is wide open. Andy Farid, has he looked after his tyres? Can he make an impression on Nagashima? Has Yuki Kuni gone out too quickly, too early? Are those tyres going to degrade? Is there going to be a pressure? It's cooler though. So the tyres should protect themselves.
You were going to see the late surge from Andy Faridis-Dihar. I think you would start seeing it now. Let's see, he's got Aslan Shah behind him. There's
Aslan through into P4. Well, the old boy's still got a trick or two up his sleeve. Yuki Kuni leads. Nagashima is the protection. Nagashima. And then Aslan Shah comes through into P4. Still, the Honda team look on with concern. There was concern there.
Yeah, there is concern there.
Yuki Kuni still does what Yuki Kuni has to do. Lapping the 136s, high 135s, low 136s. He's losing half a second a lap. He can just about afford that half a second to Nagashima. What's the gap this time? As they come round, it'll be 2 laps to go.
It's almost constant. He only took about a 10th. Nagashima only took about a 10th out of Yuki Kuni that time around. Now, Aslan Shah is looking for a podium to finish off the season. He's having a look at Andy Faridis-Dihar. That late surge from Andy is not apparent at the moment, and we're on the penultimate lap. Here comes Aslan Shah into turn 3. Let's see how they exit.
Right then, Yuki leads, Nagashima second, Andy Farid under pressure from Aslan. The BMW got the power down that big straight for the penultimate time. Andy Farid looks to protect himself. Out into the countryside, now turn 4. Aslan, gosh, he's enjoying himself out there. You can see it. You can almost see how relaxed Aslan Shah is. Yuki Kuni is there, still in the lead. Nagashima, Andy Farid's got nothing.
No, he hasn't. He's kind of marooned in 3rd place there. Nagashima stays where he is. Yuki Kuni stays where he is. Then it's going to be his title.
We wondered about the wild cards. We wondered who could make a big difference. We wondered if it would be Tetsuta Nagashima. And it looks like it's going to be. We're coming into the final lap, and coming into the final lap, Yuki Kuni goes through in the lead. Yuki Kuni, this for the title. 0.8 of a second clear of Nagashima. Nagashima is a long way clear of Andy Farid-Dihar. Yuki Kuni, bike number 92. Oh, he's a lap away from the title, Barry Russell.
Less than a lap now as they come up to lap 3. Andy Farid didn't have an answer. He didn't have that famous late surge when they crossed the line. Yuki Kuni had a 0.8 of a second advantage over Nagashima. Nagashima's not making enough of an impression. He's not catching fast enough to stop Yuki Kuni from winning. Only Yuki Kuni can stop himself from winning now. He comes into that very, very fast turn 4 beautifully, cleanly. Now into the technical part of the circuit. We watched it come into turn 5.
Nagashima is closing, but as you say, not enough. Andy Farid, P3 will not be enough. Hafiz Sharin is out, so his season ends in ignominy. He's not going to be champion. Yuki Kuni is closing in on what would be an incredible victory. He had to win the race. He then needed something special to happen behind him. And Yuki Kuni is coming down into turn 11. He's on his own. Yuki Kuni is going to take the victory. Behind him, Tetsuta Nagashima is there. Yuki Kuni has got one more corner to take. And here is your winner of your race. And here is your new ASB 1000 champion, Yuki Kuni.
Yuki Kuni takes it. He's won the All Japan Superstock Championship. He's got himself a Moto2 ride, and in this, his last ride in ARRC, he's taken the 2024 ASB 1000 Championship. Andy Farid gave it everything he could, but he was thwarted by Tetsuta Nagashima. The brilliant 32-year-old Japanese rider came in as a replacement rider for Paswit Titiwararak, and he put himself in between. Out come the T-shirts in the SDG. They must have had the top of that box a few minutes ago. There goes the big Japanese flag for Yuki Kuni to carry around this Chang International circuit. He was not a happy Jappy after yesterday. How do we read that emotion? very well composed, but I think a few tears welling up there. What a result for SGG. They brought so much to this championship over the last few years.
Thank you.
There's been tragedy with the loss of Haruki Noguchi. Now, in his spirit, Yuki Kuni has taken the championship. Des Scorpion.
Well, for every success, for every triumph, you've got to have sympathy with a man, Andy Farid Izdihar, who had a 7-point lead coming into this final round. He started well, it was looking good, but he wasn't able to complete the job because Tetsuta Nagashima was able to get himself in between Yuki Kuni and Andy Farid. The wild card, the Japanese wild card, has scuppered the dreams of Andy Farid Izdihar. A great effort from the number 23, but in the end he will fall 2 points short of a title.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant season for Andy Farid. Only his second in Superbikes. Yuki Kuni's first season in Superbikes, first full season. So in he comes. It's been a brilliant season, like I said, here at Chang International. Out of 4 starts, he's taken 3 wins and a third.
There is applause for Andy Farid. They know he's done everything. It's the Japanese flag that will be flying around Buriram. And Yuki Kuni, well, he said, it's my last race, let's go out and enjoy it, in the pre-race interview with Daniel Bogas. And my word, he's gone out and enjoyed it. He was quick. He didn't do anything wrong. He did everything right. He needed help. He got some Japanese help.
Yeah, that was a brilliant ride by the wild card.
Hafiz comes in frustrated in P10. A promising season for Johor Darul Taksim, their debut season. Too many problems right from the get-go. They did look good in the first third of the in the first half of the season, unable to get the consistency they needed to be able to challenge completely.
Yeah. 6 podiums though for JDT in their first season.
Absolutely, it's more than respectable. But there is your race from the final race of the season. Yuki Kuni, 25 points, puts him on 183 for the season. It is his 4th win, his 3rd in the last 4 races. He has come hot at the end of the season. 2nd, Tetsuta Nagashima, a wild card to pick up 20 points. Andy Farid Izdihar, 3rd place. He finishes on 181 points. 3 wins, 2 second places and 2 thirds. It's just short. Zakwan Zaidi in 4th. He's always competitive. Aslan Shah, equally always competitive on the TKKR BMW racing team, BMW. So Jiro Minamoto, the step up from 600 to 1,000. He's done a fine job for Yamaha Techne. Kazuma Daniel, Yamaha Techne, 19 seconds off the pace. And Chip Nakarin fell off the pace quite alarmingly. Must have had an incident. He finishes in P8. Sho Nishimura on the BMW, hot and cold today. Hafiz Sharin, well, he looked out of the pace, but then had an incident on the final lap that's pushed him down to P10. Akito Haga for Savitar in 11th, just behind Hafiz. Natatam for Yamaha TMP PTT Lubricants in 12th. Osama Murai wins the battle between him, Chang Chi-Ying, and Lachlan Epis had to give up with 8 laps to go with an engine problem for the Evolution Sports Group BMW.
Unfortunate for Lachlan in his comeback, but fortunate and brilliantly handled by Yuki Kuni. He couldn't have done any more. He got to the front, he kept up his pace and really dominated the race. He needed a bit of something behind him, and that came in the shape of replacement rider for Pasuet Titivarak, Tetsuta Nagashima. Got his champion's visor on. I think there's 2 big eyes on the front of that visor. Flies that Japanese flag proudly. Well, we've seen some drama today.
Incredible. Don't think we saw this, even at the midway point in this particular race. We didn't see Tetsuta Nagashima coming through in such a way, but he put in some fabulous fast laps. A best lap 1:35.1, 3/10 quicker than anybody else out on the circuit. And that mid-race burst was good enough to enable his Japanese compatriot to take the title. And of course, we'll remember Haruki Noguchi. This is a great moment for the team. In memory of Haruki.
Absolutely well said, Des. There he is, burnout. That will be coming our way. Yeah, the wind's blowing in the right direction. It reaches any moment now. 2024 champion, it says on that pit board. And he gets hoisted in the air by the SDG team. Yuki Kuni's been a really popular rider in this paddock, Des, since he joined. Really responsible, just 21 years old.
Yeah.
Always takes responsibility, never blames his bike, never blames the tyres if things haven't gone his way. Always takes it on himself. An absolute gentleman and a brilliant racer on track.
Okay, let's get some reaction from the scrum. Daniel Bogas, for the last time this season, is down in the Parc Fermé.
Andy, it was a great effort from you. Nearly had it, but ultimately today, second place overall, third in this race. Tell us about the season, because it was a cracking season.
Yeah, from the beginning, I already didn't have a good feeling on my rear grip, especially. I was so struggling from the beginning, even with the new tire. I don't have so much drive on my bike. And then it's continued until the end. I was always on the limit every lap. And then I almost crashed also one time in the last 2 laps. So yeah, finally I decided that to go to chase him is only crash. So I just want to finish the race, and then yeah, it's not a good way to finish the race, but we will take this how to say experience for better in the future.
Thank you, Andy. Great season from you. Great season. And in second place for the ASB 1000 race 2, none other than the replacement rider, Tetsuta Nagashima. Tetsuta, we saw you have an error in the race, and I thought at that moment that, oh, he's dropped out of the fight, and then suddenly the fastest lap came from you, and you started climbing back, and you managed second place. Can you tell us about the race?
Yeah, in the beginning, I feel very good from the beginning, and first lap I tried to push and I tried to stay on the top, but unfortunately I hit some riders and my brake lever was going the other side, and when I entered the corner I feel like no brakes. I tried to find, and finally I found it, and I tried to adjust the front brake, and after that I'm like full. I get everything, and I tried to catch Yuki, but finally Yuki was quite fast, and yeah. But anyway, congratulations to Yuki. He was so strong this year, and I hope his future is very bright.
Thank you so much, Tetsuta. Beautifully said.
Thank you.
And now the champion of the 2024 ASB 1000 Asia Road Racing season, Yuki Kuni. Let's try and grab a quick word with Yuki. Yuki, what a fantastic race from you. Completely different from yesterday. You dominated, held it all the way until the end. And now after 6 rounds, you are the champion. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that thanks of the team, the sponsor, for the fans. I'm really thanks of that. Anyway, yesterday we are like a little bit trouble in the beginning, but in the race 2, I tried to our best. And in the beginning of the race, I tried to my best. And in the end, you see that I make a gap to the second, and you can see that I get champion. But this champion I want to send to Haruki, because he's all the time the best for the team. And but that unfortunately happened. So this champion and this win, especially I want to send to Haruki. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Beautifully said. Congratulations.
a remarkable end to the ASB 1000cc season. Number 23 was the man in complete control going into this race, Andy Farid Izdihar. He looked composed yesterday, he was on pole, he got off to a flying start, Barry Russell, and 2 laps in, it looked so good for number 23.
Yeah, we thought, here it comes, and we kind of anticipated it, but we also knew that Yuki Kuni yesterday, despite his bad start, had shown pace that was just as good as Andy Farid Izdihar's, but he was closer this time, and at this point, he just about edged himself into the lead. There was a clash there. He had to drop back.
Then he'd take the lead, and then number 45, Nagashima, he comes into the reckoning. That's where he goes into P4. This is where he goes into P3, and then we thought, the spoiler alert, the replacement rider, Nagashima, it's his only appearance, even in the pits. They knew that Nagashima's good enough. Yuki Kuni leads. Nagashima, he has got Andy Farid Izdihar in his sights. But Andy Farid, he cannot afford to lose P2. He lost P2.
Yeah, that was Nakarin dropping out of contention as he got out of shape on turn 3. And Nagashima getting on after Yuki Kuni and after repairing his brake lever mid-race.
Hafiz Sharim, frustrating season, still finishes 3rd in the championship standings on his debut season, but it wasn't to be a good finish for him. It was going to be a sensational finish for Yuki Kuni. He had to win the race to give himself a chance at the title. He needed some help from somebody. Yuki Kuni did his bit. Nagashima gave the assistance, and it is SDG Harkbro who are celebrating the 2024 champion, Yuki Kuni. There is your race winner, and there is your Superbikes champion. And a big grin over the main straight, the Chang International Circuit. Fantastic work from Yuki Kuni, but he owes his compatriot Nagashima an awful lot, and Nagashima was good in his praise for Yuki Kuni. Also, Andy Farid was very graceful in his praise as well.
I thought all their comments were gracious indeed. And I think that Yuki Kuni and Tetsuda Nagashima are going to be friends for life.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Nagashima came in expressing words of admiration for what Yuki's doing as a young racer.
In 3rd place,
well, there is Andy Farid. The frustration, the disappointment was there for all to see, but he couldn't do anything about it. It's still a fine season. It's a season which has seen 3 wins in Buriram twice and once in Mandalika.
Tetsuta Nagashima.
Tetsuta Nagashima, 30 points coming in, a P6 yesterday, a P2 today.
And your race
and
winner,
a spoiling position
SDG
for the replacement
Harkbro
rider.
Honda Philippines, Yuki Kuni.
And Yuki Kuni in his last 4 races. First, third,
and the
first.
best team for ASB 1000 Race 2, SDG Team Harkbro Honda Philippines.
SDG Harkbro take the team award, Mr. Suzuki.
Thank you.
The character in his own right.
Certainly is. Great to see him there up on the podium for such an auspicious moment.
And Kimigayo, the Japanese national anthem, to celebrate for Yuki Kuni. Lovely shot. Gosh, you could also almost see Haruki looking down on us there, couldn't you?
Yeah, yeah, as we faded to gold.
In third place,
Mr. Toyokazu Honda, the managing director of Idemitsu Lube Asia, to hand out the awards.
In second place,
Appropriate that
from Japan,
Idemitsu should be on the stage on the last podiums of the season. Appropriate, the Japanese prize winner is handing out Japanese prizes.
Winner from Japan, Yuki Kuni.
Yuki Kuni.
And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan from FIM Asia to the podium.
For the team award for SDG Hark Pro, Tai Wongsawan climbs the steps one last time. Our thanks to FIM Asia.
And the best
good
team
supporters
for the
of a really good series. And another
SDG
hug.
Team Hark Pro Honda Philippines.
SDG Team Hark Pro Honda Philippines. Yep, they're happy. 2024 champion. No wonder they're happy.
Honda and Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the ESB 1000 race winners.
So the action for the season ends. We just have one or two loose bits and pieces to confirm the overall championship standings. Kuni replaces Marcus Reiterberger as SB 1000 champion. This is the confirmation. 2 points clear of Andy Farid Izdihar. A bad corner somewhere in 12 races in a season. That's all it was. So Yuki Kuni takes it. Andy Farid Izdihar second on 181. Hafiz Sharan Abdullah, JDT Racing Team. I know they won't be happy with that, but it's a third place on a debut season for a brand new team, a brand new package. They should be proud of their efforts. Chip Nakarin for Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo, always competitive, 149 points. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman gave us the highlight in race number 1 of the season, as far as I'm concerned, the win here in Buriram. Brilliant performance. Zakwanzadi in P6. Now then, let's celebrate our champion, Yuki Kuni. For the final overall ASB 1000cc presentation. Once again, Mr. Toyokazu Honda, MD of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific, will be handing out the award.
Yuki Kuni.
And there is your champion. Final chance to wax lyrical over Yuki Kuni, Barry Russell.
Yuki Kuni, well, he's crowned a wonderful season. He was plagued by injury in 2023. He's come back this season. He's performed brilliantly, especially in the second half of the season. He's also won the Stock 1000 Championship in All Japan and given himself the chance of a lifetime with a ride in Moto2 in 2025. Wonderful season. Congratulations to Yuki Kuni. He's going to be missed in this paddock.
Yep.
And now we would like to invite Mr. Toyokazu Honda to take a photo with our champion.
Excellent season from him. Excellent season from the team. Fourth reigned, did not finish. First, second, eighth, first, third, first. It's not a bad story of 12 races.
Suitably chunky, glittering trophy to take home with him.
It's rather nice, isn't it? Okay, Barry Russell, final thoughts on the final day of another epic season, the 27th of the AARC.
Wow is the first thought. We saw attrition helping the champions in the end. We had 4 decided today. Underbone 150, Fahmi Basan's win, and the misfortune that befell Akira Aziz, that handed the championship to Fahmi. In AP250s, though, we saw heartbreak for Kiandra and elation for the champion, Herjanatna Fradaus. Supersport 600, it was a nail-biting race, but sealed the championship brilliantly by Apiwat, while Adananta gave everything. It wasn't quite enough. And Yuki Kuni and the intervention of Tetsuta Nagashima. Honestly, I really hope we see him again in this championship. Nagashima, he's such a character.
Absolutely. We bid our farewell from Buriram and from the season. It's season number 27. We've been operating since 1996. We will be back in 2025. The calendar is available on social media. Still one race to be confirmed, but you look to our Facebook pages to catch the latest news on the Asia Road Racing Championships. To the producer, Arif, and to the director, Orbit, and to all the cameramen and all the technicians behind the scenes, it's been a long old season. Congratulations to them. From Daniel Bogers down on the pit lane to Barry Russell and myself, Des Corkill, and everyone behind the scenes, as always, it's our absolute privilege to bring you some thrilling racing, and we haven't failed you once again. Goodbye from Buriram. We'll see you next season.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.